Yes. Good morning, we are live. We got Lux in the studio. It's me, Jay Merck, your hostess with the mostest. Let's get this thing going. It's the Kim Potter trial today, guys. What I've done is we've clean missed the start of the show through the beginning of the prosecution's opening statements, and right now, live, they have the defense's opening statements. What up, Heisen? And so we're gonna start this thing. Let's check out the prosecution's opening statements in the Kim Potter trial.
Police officers occupy unique positions of power and responsibility in our society. They hold positions of public trust, and they commit themselves to public service. They are accountable to the communities that they serve. And Brooklyn Center police officers are no exception. Their fundamental duty is to protect the sanctity of life. To do this job, the job of a Brooklyn Center police officer, they promise to safeguard lives. They promise to serve and protect. to maintain calm and develop self-restraint, and to be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. They promise never to employ unnecessary force or abuse. This is the oath of a Brooklyn Center police officer. I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public interest. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This is the standard they hold themselves to, and they take an oath to do so. Their duty to their badge and to the community is to protect life, not to take life. Now, they are also required to abide by a code of ethics. This serves as a type of compact or an agreement between each of the officers and the public that they serve. It sets forth what the community, what the public should expect from each and every one of them. It affirms that the badge is a symbol of public faith and public trust, and that the officers are each individually responsible for their own professional performance. And they each vow to take every opportunity to enhance and improve the level of their knowledge and competence.
Lordy.
These officers carry deadly weapons every day on the job, and they receive extensive training in order to carry them. They're trained professionals. They're entrusted by the public with these weapons. Every day they put on their uniforms and they go to work, and they go to work out on the streets of our communities. They're trained to do this job. They're trained to interact with people of all walks of life, trained to interact with people in crisis, trained to interact with people on their worst days, trained to interact with people who may very well not want to interact with them at all. And every day that they go to work, they're required to be alert, attentive, and capable of performing their duties. Every day that they strap on that duty belt with their guns and their tasers, they have to be alert, attentive, and capable. And every day they do this, we entrust them with our lives. These officers have the responsibility to be mindful and attentive and acutely aware of the weapons that they carry and the risks associated with those weapons. They have the responsibility to follow their duty and their training when it comes to those weapons, and they have the responsibility to carry those weapons and use those weapons appropriately. We trust them not to use those weapons rashly or recklessly, and we expect not to be shot dead on the street for no reason. We expect them not to betray their badge, and we expect them to uphold their oath. We trust them to know wrong from right and left from right. This case is about an officer who knew not to get it dead wrong, but she failed to get it right. This case is about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, betraying her badge and betraying her oath and betraying her position of public trust. And on April 11th of this year, she betrayed a 20-year-old kid. She pulled out her firearm, she pointed it at his chest, and she shot and killed Dante Wright. Now, the defendant was a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center police force. For 26 years, she went out on the streets with the obligation to serve and protect, she had those same duties and those same responsibilities as every other Brooklyn Center police officer. That same fundamental duty to protect the sanctity of life and to safeguard life. She was bound by the same rules, the same policies, and she was bound by the same code of ethics. And you'll hear about the Brooklyn Center policies. We'll touch on those a little bit. And you'll hear about the defendant's training on things like the use of force, the use of firearms, and the use of a taser. And you'll hear she was trained not to use unnecessary force. She was trained not to shoot an unarmed driver. She was trained not to fire into a vehicle. And she was also trained not to use her taser on a fleeing suspect.
Lordy.
And she was trained to be aware of the differences between her gun and her taser. And importantly, she was also trained about the risks of pulling the wrong weapon, and that drawing and firing the wrong weapon could kill someone. Now you'll learn about her firearm. It's a 9mm Glock handgun. And you'll hear about how the Brooklyn Center Police Department uses hollow point ammunition as their standard ammunition. That's the kind of ammunition that expands on impact. It peels back the metal in layers when it hits its target. Now this peeling action, it can slow down a bullet, but it can also cause extensive damage to the body in that way. This is a common type of ammunition used by law enforcement. And not only will you hear about the ammunition and the firearm, you'll hear about her taser, a Taser 7.
Seeing one of those after having been fired.
Now, a taser is a conducted energy weapon that shoots out two probes when you press the trigger. And those probes are supposed to attach to the skin and deliver an electric shock. And they do this because they're designed to incapacitate someone through something called neuromuscular incapacitation. And basically what that means is your muscle seize up so you can't move.
Ooh, being electrocuted is no fun.
To inflict pain. And you'll hear about the weapons from the witnesses in this case.
Hey, Mark.
How are you doing, John?
Every day that the defendant, Kimberly
I
Potter,
used to get paid
went
to
work,
let them test those things on me, man.
she
Oh, damn.
strapped on her
Serious.
duty belt with her gun and her taser and all of the other options available to her on that belt. And every day she put on her duty belt, she carried her weapons in the same way. She carried her Glock, her firearm, on her right side. The defendant is right-handed. She carried it on her right side, her dominant side. And she carried her taser on her left side, her non-dominant side, something you might also hear referred to as her reaction side in some of these policies. She was trained to carry her weapons in this way, and she was trained on how to use them and how not to use them. And you will hear about that training, and you will learn that she had firearm training and taser training every single year. She had to be requalified on her firearm every year. She had to be tested and recertified on her taser every year in order to carry it. And she had additional training just a month before this incident. On March 2nd of 2021, she passed all the requirements to be certified on this Taser 7.
Whoa.
Now, before I cover all the details of the policies and what happened with her training, I'm going to talk a little bit about Dante Wright and the events of April 11th of this year.
Oh, is that his
Dante
kid?
Wright was Katie Bryant and Aubrey Wright's first child together. He was their first son as a couple, and he lived at home with his parents and his
Welcome,
two
Christy.
younger sisters, Diamond and Destiny. And he had 6 siblings in total. It was a large, blended family. A large family with a lot of love to go around. Dante Wright also had dreams for his future. When he was little, he wanted to be a professional basketball player. Who doesn't? And as he got older, he had a number of jobs in retail, food service. And you'll hear that he spent some time working with his dad at the same shoe store.
Stayed working.
And not long before his death, he had plans to enroll in a trade school to pursue a career at Summit Academy. Now, Dante Wright also had a son of his own, Dante Jr. Dante Jr. was 1 year old at the time of this incident, a toddler, now fatherless. And on April 11th, Dante Wright himself was just 20 years old, just out of his teens, still had a close relationship with his mother. And he had a new baby boy, a loving family, and his whole adult life ahead of him. Now, on April 11th, Dante Wright went to his parents' house. His mother, Katie Bryant, was watching his son, Junior, on that day. And Dante Wright had recently been given the family car, a white Buick, as his own. And he was excited about that. And after getting this car, that was now his own, he wanted to get a car wash. That's what his plan was for April 11th. So his mom, Katie Bryant, gave him some money, and he left with his girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, in the car. He headed out, and he later called his mom to figure out where he should go, which car wash was the right one.
Damn.
But he didn't make it. He never made it to the car wash that day. And he never made it home. Why? Because he was shot dead in his car in the middle of the day by the defendant. Now, what was the defendant doing on April 11th? On April 11th, the defendant had been a police officer for longer than Dante Wright had been alive. On April 11th, the defendant was acting as a field training officer, FTO. She was training in a new officer whose name is Officer Lucky. And on April 11th, while out on patrol, the defendant and Officer Lucky saw an air freshener, a little tree, hanging from the rearview mirror of Dante Wright's car. And they decided to stop the vehicle.
Because of the air freshener?
Yes, for the air freshener. But as they stopped the car, they also noticed the tabs were expired. But this was a run-of-the-mill traffic stop. This is the kind of stop that happens every day. So after they pulled over this white Buick that Dante Wright was driving, it was Officer Lucky, the trainee, who initially approached the car. Officer Lucky approached the car. He made contact with Dante Wright, and the defendant stayed back in the squad and observed from a distance. Officer Lucky interacted with Dante Wright. He explained the reason for the stop. And Dante Wright gave Officer Lucky his information. He gave him his name. He gave him his full name, including his middle name, his date of birth, his address, his brother's name. He answered all the questions that were asked of him.
Completely compliant.
And then Officer Lucky took that information back to the squad car and talked to the defendant. And when Officer Lucky returned to the squad car, what had scared 20-year-old Dante Wright do? He called his mom.
No.
And in these COVID times, the tabs had not been updated. He didn't have an up-to-date license. He didn't have a proper insurance card. And he was trying to figure out the situation. So he called his mom for help. And back at the squad car, Officer Lucky acknowledged to the defendant that Dante Wright had been forthcoming with him. And he told the defendant that he believed that Dante Wright was telling him the truth. He then ran the name through their system, and the defendant, who's his trainer, corrected him. The defendant corrected Officer Lucky when he entered the name in the wrong way.
He got a
And once
warrant.
they ran the name, the defendant and Officer Lucky found, yes, in fact, that Dante Wright had an outstanding warrant for a failure to appear on a gross misdemeanor weapons violation.
Okay.
So in the squad car,
They profiled
the
them
defendant
immediately,
and
is
Officer
what
Lucky,
it
they
sounds
discussed their
like.
plan.
Once they saw
and
that.
they decided to arrest Dante Wright on that warrant. And the defendant in the squad corrected Officer Lucky a second time when he code 4'd himself too early. Code 4 being just giving the all clear before he had that information completely from their system on the warrant. And while they're having this conversation, Sergeant Johnson, another Brooklyn Center Police Department officer, came on scene. And he approached the squad, talked to Officer Lucky and the defendant about what was
Hello,
going on.
Moira.
They filled him in. They did not express concerns for their safety. They did not decide to approach the car with guns drawn. They simply decided to arrest Dante Wright on the warrant. This was nothing out of the ordinary for the defendant, a 26-year
Really,
veteran
Christy?
of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And on this day, she was training Officer Lucky.
I haven't heard that yet, Christy.
She was responsible for showing him the proper way to do things as a Brooklyn Center police officer. And she did not direct Officer Lucky to approach the vehicle any differently than he had before. So Officer Lucky walked back to the driver's side of the Buick where Dante Wright was. And the defendant got out of the squad but stood back to watch. Officer Lucky asked Dante Wright to put his phone on the dash, asked him to step out of the car, and Dante Wright complied. Now, when Officer Lucky began to handcuff Dante Wright and told him that there was a warrant and that he was under arrest, that was when scared Dante tried to get away. He tried to get back in the car. He tried to leave. Dante Wright was unarmed. He had no weapon. He was not violent. He did not threaten the officers in any way. He didn't reach for anything. He got in the car, put his hands on the steering wheel. He didn't come at the officers, didn't throw any punches, didn't kick anyone. He just pulled away, got back in the car, while Officer Lucky was trying to maintain his grip on Dante Wright's clothing to pull him back out.
Good Lord.
So Dante puts his hands on the steering wheel. He puts his foot down on the brake. He does the things that you do to get ready to drive a car. At that point, Officer Lucky reaches in from the driver's side and tries to turn off the car. And meanwhile, Sergeant Johnson, who has approached on the passenger side, grabs Dante Wright's right arm, right hand, from the passenger side of the vehicle to try to
Damn.
get control of him. But he kept his feet planted firmly on the ground. He tried to turn off the car from that side, tried to get Dante Wright under control. So Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson continued to engage. Now at that point, the defendant approached the vehicle behind Officer Lucky. She intervened and she interfered. Officer Lucky was her
We got some
trainee,
cam footage on
and she
display
was the
here.
FTO. So she was the one who determined how the stop would go. She was the 26-year veteran. She was the officer in charge. And it was her job to show Officer Lucky how it's done.
Oh, fuck.
And what did she show him? She showed him how to kill someone. Now, as soon as she gets involved, she
Right on,
escalates
Moira.
the situation.
You're
She
a really
acts
good grandmother.
rashly and impetuously. She draws her firearm. She draws it with her right hand from the right side of her duty belt, where she's always kept her gun. She draws it with her finger on the trigger. And she points it directly at Dante Wright's chest. Now, at the same time, there are two other officers, as you can see here, with hands on or interacting with Dante Wright. Officer Lucky is to the front of her and sometimes to the side, and Sergeant Johnson on the other side of the vehicle. And Dante Wright's girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, is in the passenger seat, right next to him. They're all within a few feet of the muzzle of the defendant's gun.
Damn.
Now, the defendant says, "I'll tase you." And then she says again, "I'll tase you," a second time. And then, "Taser, taser, taser," which prompts the officers to let go of Dante's arms and then disengage. But she points the gun at Dante for more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds. Aims, pulls the trigger, and fires into his...
Right here, I think I'll take a quick little break and check in on everybody. We're 30 minutes into the show. I saw John B was in here. John B, I love you. If you want to pop back in, now's a perfect time. Sorry, I'm filling the air with a little bit of this, the opening statements from the Kim Potter trial. And this is the prosecution speaking right now. We're part of the way through it, and then we're going to jump forward to the defense's opening statements. And I think it's really important to cover these things on the channel, especially live trials that we're actually able to see. You know, knowledge of, especially if you're an American watching this show, knowing how our legal system works and getting as acclimated as you can to legalese is one of the best things you can do as an American citizen for your own defense, for the safety of the people around you, for your own safety. It's crucial, in my opinion. And, so we're going to push forward a little bit. If anybody wants to pop in, say hello. Justin, I see you there too. Hello, brother. I'm kind of glad the big wigs didn't pop in on you. Oh, you put it in Town Hall on Discord, Christy? Yeah, apparently, Dante, maybe there was a crime related to the charges he had in the past. But here's my issue. You know, what they're popping him on is a warrant for an FTA. So, they're going to take you on an FTA. You failed to appear in court, which means you're kind of de facto, where I'm from anyway, you're de facto labeled a flight risk, and they're going to detain you. They might cite you out immediately, but they're going to do the booking process. They're going to show the judge that when they saw you, they brought you in, And if you want to rack up more FTAs, that's on you. But the FTA was for this, a felonious weapons charge. Now, she shot him before they even searched his person to find out if he still had a weapon, if he was actively committing any crimes. They pulled him over for an air freshener A, which is, in my opinion, some old caca nonsense. An air freshener. That was the whole means for the stop to begin with.
As in it was stolen?
Wait, you're not allowed to have air fresheners now?
That's just what they noticed. They noticed an air freshener dangling from a rearview mirror, and they pulled him over for it. Now, I don't know what's going on in, where is this? What is it, Minnesota? Wherever the fuck it is. I don't know if it's against vehicle regulation to have an air freshener or something obscuring your view, but that's what the defense attorney said, or that's what the prosecuting attorney said in this opening statement, was that the initial pullover was done because of an air freshener. And there's just no,
Yeah, Minnesota. Sorry, I was
Yeah. So these Minnesota cops, in my opinion, saw a black man driving a vehicle and pulled him over.
So
As always, they're just fishing.
Yeah, they're fishing. They were fishing to begin with,
so
and they found a
she
warrant.
hasn't specified what the deal was with the air freshener.
No,
It's
not
just
the
the
prosecuting
fact that it's
attorney.
there.
Not in the opening statement. She just made a very clear point to say that the initial pullover was because of an air freshener. Yeah, which is some old nonsense,
To
man.
find out why. Like, what the fuck? Like, air freshener? That's not good enough of a.
I was just talking to Lux about this. I'm more of a black ice man myself. I don't really go with like the pine or whatever. I go with the black ice. It's shaped like a tree, just like the pine one, but it's black in color. It says black ice. Donnell Rollins says they're for black people, but where I'm from, that's just what your car needs to be smelling like. You know what I mean? Is black ice. So, you know, basically, in my opinion, yeah, dude got shot for having a black ice air freshener, which I've had in probably every vehicle I've ever owned. So it's some old bullshit, in my opinion. I'm gonna push forward with this opening statement so we can hop forward to the defense's opening statement and hear how they're gonna try to defend, former Officer Potter.
His chest.
Yeah.
And when she pulled that trigger, these people were all still around him, including these two other officers, Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson on the other side, and Elena Albrecht Payton in the passenger seat. And when she pulls that trigger, she fires directly under Officer Lucky's
Word,
face,
Christy.
with Officer Lucky's arm reaching over.
Just real quick.
Under his face?
Under his face with her hand out. She pulled her gun out with her hand in front of it, finger on the trigger. In the last photos we saw, like this. Now, if you were to do that in front of special guests, he might smack you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't do that. It's not in any way. This lady immediately, hungry for an arrest, in my opinion, mishandled her firearm almost immediately. Yeah, and Christy clarified in the chat that where this happened, there is a law against anything dangling that can impact your vision. Which means that sorority girls are going to be messed up in that community, man. I don't think I've ever seen more stuff hanging from a rearview mirror than a sorority girl's rearview mirror.
Yeah.
You're talking, she got her lanyard when she graduated. She got her thing from the Hawaii trip. She got her lei. She got
3 different class of whatevers.
Yeah, she's got an ID badge for her current job. She's got keys probably for no reason other than I always lose my keys. You know.
I already feel like this needs to be an L shape.
Oh, right.
So that I can be closer.
You do need to just pop on cam over there on Discord.
Oh, I guess I could do that.
Yeah. So that we can express that I got a Robin Quivers in studio, yo. Quivers? Did I say it wrong again? The Howard Stern Robin.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I can look it up.
The Robin to my Stern. Whatever. Yeah. Michelle says, anyway, it was good to finally meet you all. My daughter just put my granddaughter in her bassinet. I am going to spend some time with my granddaughter so that my daughter can get her laptop back. Aw, it was nice to meet you, Moira. I've heard a lot about you. And God love you. Happy holidays, guys. Hope everyone's having happy holidays. I was paying attention to the chat earlier. I've just been kind of obsessed with these opening statements. Again, I like to cover as much live trial things as I can, not only because I'm a law nerd, but because I feel like legalese comes in handy so often as an American for myself that, you know, there's things I've learned from just watching court TV for hours as a child that came in handy when I got into music. You know, suddenly these contracts read a lot easier than it did for my peers, to me, you know. So, you know, I'm going to push forward in this a little bit.
Over the top of where her gun is.
Oh, there we go. There we got Lux on cam.
When she pulls
Boom.
that trigger, Dante Wright is in the driver's
See
seat
my
of that
big ass
car.
head in the background.
He has his foot off and on the brake, and the car is running on a busy street in the middle of the day. She did all this despite her
Givens.
training. She had been trained year after year after year.
That's right. I used to say Robin from
but she did it anyway.
Mike Tyson's ex.
Now, after she shot Dante Wright, the defendant admitted she had messed up big time. Here's what she said. Shit. I just shot him. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun and I shot him. I'm going to go to prison and I killed a boy.
Immediate
Now,
guilt
I'm going to play for you now
and
a short clip.
admitted that she
video
did something
clip of
wrong.
Some of the evidence that you'll see in this case.
Hey, no worries, Michelle.
Composite. It's two videos
Get that baby
on the
fed.
screen at the same time. One is a clip from the defendant's own body-worn camera, and one is the squad camera. They're synced up for you so you can see. But this is just a very small portion of what you'll see in this trial. This just shows the few seconds around this incident.
Are you talking to me?
No. It's wild how that stuff kind of works, huh, Michelle? Trigger warning for this video we're watching. We're watching live trial footage, so they're going to potentially show the murder of Dante. He tries to flee. She screams, "I'll tase you."
Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Ooh.
Members of the jury, there is no do-over when you walk the streets with a loaded firearm.
No.
When you're entrusted with a deadly weapon as part of your job, there's no do-over when you take a young man's life.
No.
Now, this was exactly what she had been trained for years to prevent. But on April 11th, she betrayed her badge and she failed Dante Wright. Now, after the defendant shot him, Dante Wright's car traveled about a
Hey,
block down
Alley
the
Cats,
street.
we love you too.
It crossed the median
Sorry, my video
and it
is,
hit
like, fucking up my
another
video
vehicle
over here.
that was traveling in the opposite.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And you'll hear from Patricia Lundgren, who was driving that other vehicle.
Oh
She
my
and her
God.
husband were coming down the road when they were hit by Dante Wright's car. And you'll also hear from Elena Albrecht Payton, the passenger who was riding with Dante Wright. And she'll tell you about the crash and the injuries she suffered. Now you'll also see and hear about the fact that after the defendant shot Dante Wright and the car crashed a block away, she didn't do anything to help him. She didn't call for assistance. She didn't render aid. She didn't communicate any information about what had happened to her fellow officers who were responding. And when they showed up down the block, they didn't know that Dante had been shot. Dante Wright had been shot. They didn't know that the defendant had shot him. And they didn't know what they were dealing with at all. So almost 10 minutes later, a small army of officers approach with guns drawn and drag Dante Wright's dead body out of the car at gunpoint. And the defendant did nothing. You'll also hear from paramedics that Dante Wright was declared dead on the scene. And then the BCA arrived to investigate the matter. And the medical examiner's office came, and they collected the body.
Oh my goodness.
There was no bringing him back. You'll hear from the medical examiner, the assistant medical examiner in this case, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Jackson. And he'll tell you about his examination, his autopsy procedure, and his findings in this case. And you'll see photos of Dante Wright's injuries. And you'll see that gunshot wound that tore through his heart. Dr. Jackson will also tell you that he recovered a projectile from Dante Wright's body, the bullet,
My God.
after it ripped through his insides and got lodged in his chest wall. And he'll describe for you the condition that it was in, that peeling back of that metal, and how that's consistent with a hollow point bullet. And he'll also tell you about his findings on cause and manner of death. The cause of Mr. Wright's death was a gunshot wound to the chest, and the manner of Mr. Wright's death was homicide. You'll also hear from a use of force expert in this case, who will tell you about the use of the weapons at issue here. And he'll tell you that it was objectively unreasonable for the defendant to use her firearm.
Yeah, Monica.
And he'll tell you that even the use of the taser would have been unwise under these circumstances. Members of the jury, I'd like to take a moment to discuss what this case is not about. It's not about intent to kill. That's not why you're here today.
Objection argumentative.
The objection is overruled. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Objection argumented.
The judge will give you the law, and she'll give you instructions on the law to apply at the end of this case. But intent is not an element of any of the charges at issue here.
No.
And it's not something that the state will have to prove. That the defendant didn't intend to kill Mr. Wright, or that she didn't mean to shoot him with her gun, if you hear those things, they have nothing to do with the charges at hand.
Huh.
Indeed, if the defendant had meant to do these things, if she had meant to shoot her gun into Dante Wright's body, we would be talking about intentional murder and not the charges at hand. And that's not the case you have before you. The defendant is not charged with intentional murder. No one will say that she wanted him dead. No one will say that she wanted this to happen. And no one is even saying that she meant to shoot him with her gun. But the evidence will show that's what she did. She fired her gun at point-blank range into Dante Wright's chest. She unholstered her weapon, she drew it, she aimed it, she pointed it directly at Dante Wright. And she pulled the trigger and she shot him in the chest. And she did those things without bothering to confirm what was in her hand. Firing a weapon, blindly assuming it to be a taser, after drawing the wrong weapon from the wrong side. She did all those things with a gun. That's what she actually did. A gun loaded with hollow point bullets. The kind that expand on impact. The kind that tear up someone's insides. She did this with a firearm that she was issued, that was part of her job, that she was entrusted to carry in the course of her duties, to serve and protect. So as a result of all of this, the state has charged 2 crimes. First-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge at the end of this case. But these charges are in the realm of recklessness and culpable negligence. Those terms will be defined for you.
It has nothing to do with how she felt. We know
law in Minnesota
she's saying she didn't mean to, and let's just go ahead and assume she didn't mean to, and that panic was real.
Things like reckless reckless driving,
These charges aren't about that.
reckless child endangerment, reckless handling of a firearm, and in certain cases, manslaughter. And that is what this case is about. It's about the reckless handling of a firearm, and it's about the disregard of known risks. It's about an officer who knew she could kill someone if she got it wrong, but she failed to make sure she got it right. You may also hear at some point during this case, this incident might be described as an unfortunate mistake or a tragic accident. Or that because the defendant didn't know she had a gun in her hand, that this should be called an accident and not a crime. And again,
True.
the law you will apply will come from the judge. Those are the instructions that you will follow. But that's simply not the case,
Counsel,
members of the jury.
please stick to the facts.
This case is also not about Dante Wright.
No.
Dante Wright.
I don't care what his priors were. I don't care what that warrant was for.
I'd like you to just.
I don't care that he
stick
tried to fucking flee.
a bird's eye view of the facts that you think will go in, and no argument, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. You'll hear about the training. You'll hear about the policies. There will be evidence of all of those things presented in this case. And I'm going to highlight some of those things for you. The defendant's history of training over a 26-year period as a Brooklyn Center police officer will be evidence in this case that you will have to consider in the connection with the charges at issue.
Yeah, how hungry for an
Over the
arrest was she
course
that all
of
that
her
training went
career,
out the fucking
the
window?
defendant received
You know what I mean?
Extensive training on a variety of topics, year in and year out. She had training on firearms, training on tasers, training on use of force, and that included all types of things. Readiness to use force, scenario-based training, so real-life type situations where you have to react under stress, choose the right type of weapon, choose the appropriate response. She was trained to do all this under stressful conditions. She was also trained to maintain calm, manage stress, and make those decisions in the moment, out on the street. But the evidence will show that she flouted her training and she flouted policy. I'm going to give you a highlight of some of those policies and trainings. Now, when it comes to firearms, she was required to successfully complete training on her firearm every year. She had to be requalified, in addition to the quarterly training she received. And she was also instructed by policy that she should not unnecessarily display or handle any firearm. That's part of the policy. The use of force policy instructs officers that they shall only use the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary in a particular situation. There's also
That
policy
hella training.
on moving vehicles and how officers should use or not use their firearms in those situations. And that policy indicates that an officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or
Yeah.
others. Policy also says that officers should not utilize firearms during an ongoing pursuit unless the conditions and circumstances meet the requirements for deadly force. There's also policy on de-escalation, that officers should use non-violent strategies and techniques to decrease the intensity of a situation, to improve decision-making, to improve communication, and to reduce the need for force. Now, in addition to training on fire policy and training on firearms and use of force, you'll hear about policy on tasers. And the policy on tasers for Brooklyn Center is known as conducted energy device policy. And policy says that the purpose of the taser is to control violent suspects as opposed to fleeing suspects. And that appropriate use should result in fewer serious injuries to both officers and suspects. And you will see that mere flight from a pursuing officer is not good cause for the use of a taser.
Oh, shit. She well
You also
overshot
learn
even thinking
that
to grab the
Brooklyn Center
taser.
policy says that the use of a taser should be avoided where collateral injury might result. Collateral injury, meaning someone else could get hurt or killed. And that includes on individuals who are operating vehicles.
Oof.
You'll also hear
Right, Monica?
that
Right?
tasers require training as well in order to carry them. That in order to carry a taser, officers have to complete successfully their department training. Now you'll learn that policy also dictates how those should be carried in a reaction side holster. Again, that's the non-dominant side, on the opposite side of the duty weapon. It also requires that those items be distinctly marked, that they look different, and that officers should not hold them both at the same time.
Oh, shit. You can't dual wield taser and gun. This is against
And
regulation.
we'll talk about some of those differences, and you'll hear about them during the course of the trial. Now, you'll see in this picture the defendant's taser 7 up top in yellow, and the Glock 9mm handgun pictured at the bottom. And you'll hear about the differences between these two items.
Yeah.
The color, for
The
one.
fucking weight.
Well, it sounds like stating the obvious, perhaps. The taser is bright yellow. The Glock is black. The differences in weight you will learn about. Now, the taser weighs 0.94 pounds. And the Glock, the firearm, when loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition, it weighs 2.11 pounds. That's more than twice as much.
Yeah.
Now you'll also hear about the differences in safety and the display and the laser that comes on the taser and the holster location. And I'll talk about
shit.
those things too. Now, when
Bunch
it
of
comes to
indicators that
safety,
you weren't
the
holding a
safety is
fucking
just a
taser.
mechanism or a button of some kind, a switch in some cases.
The
that
feel of the
makes
trigger.
a weapon inoperable. And the Taser 7 has a safety on the side that you have to flip up right there in order to arm the device. It has to be engaged. And the Glock, the firearm, has no safety switch like that. It has a trigger safety. So basically, you pull the trigger on the
Those are
Glock
fucking
and it
wild.
fires. Now when it comes,
Can't believe John got paid
display.
to get those tested on him.
well, when you flip up the safety on a taser, it arms the device. It means it's ready to use. And when you do that, when that switch is lifted up, three things happen. A display screen comes on the back of the taser. Green and red laser lights appear coming out of the front of the taser, and they appear on the target that you're aiming at. And the flashlight also turns on. And that display screen is pictured here on the back of the taser. It faces the operator who's holding it. The person holding the taser sees this display screen when it's on.
Damn.
And the lasers,
High fucking tech.
the top laser comes out of the top cartridge, a green laser light that appears on the target, showing where that top prong would deploy. And depending on which cartridge you're using, one of two red laser lights appears. There's a green light and a red light that appear on the target when you aim the taser after it's been armed. Now you'll also see for yourselves and hear about the defendant's duty belt. That
Difference in
holds
holsters.
her gun and her taser holsters. Now, on the right of the screen is the taser in its holster. The taser holster is made of plastic. It has a latch right here that has to be depressed. You have to push down on a button to release the taser from its holster. You press down on that button and then rock the taser backward. The taser has to lean back, rock back, to be pulled up and out of the holster. Now the firearm holster, which is on the left side here, empty in this photograph, is made of a soft leather-like material, and it has a snap that just releases and the gun comes straight out.
Oh. Completely different holsters, too.
Now, as you
I don't know if I
saw
buy this lady
before,
thinking she was holding a taser.
taser and firearms have to be holstered in different ways pursuant to policy.
I find it weird that the
policy
taser is more
requires
secure than the
that
gun.
the taser be
Yeah,
carried
right.
on the reaction side,
You'd think
the
you'd
non-dominant side.
Have that many safety features on a
Firearm,
holster for a
gun
gun,
is
yeah,
on
as
the
opposed
dominant
to yeah.
side. In this
Fuck.
case, the defendant's right side is where she kept her gun. Her left side is where she kept her taser. Now you'll hear about that requirement. The policy requires that officers carry those weapons on separate sides of their body. Officers are given a choice when it comes to how those tasers are positioned on their non-dominant side. Now, the choice is a cross draw or a straight draw.
Yeah.
Now, for a cross draw, the officers use their right hand, reach over the body.
There's a
with the
guy
right
who's
hand,
got it
pull
set up
out
for
the
cross
taser.
draw, and there's her
In
who
that
has it
situation,
set up for
as
straight
pictured in
draw.
the top here, the butt of the grip
Cross
points
draw.
forward to make that cross motion so that the officer would pull that taser with that right hand in a case as pictured here. Now, the
Lordy.
defendant had her holster set up in a straight draw. The added protection of having the taser come out with her left hand. When a taser is positioned on the left side of the body in a straight draw, the butt of the gun points backward, and the officer has to rock the taser out and pull it up with the left hand. Straight draw taser is to be drawn with the left hand. The defendant had her duty belt and her holsters positioned so that she would have to draw her taser with her left hand. Now, the defendant had chosen this setup and this additional protection in the way that she carried, and she had done this consistently for years, and you'll see evidence of that. She carried in a straight draw position in 2016, left side straight draw. 2017, left side straight draw. 2018, left side straight draw. 2019, left side straight draw. 2020, again, left side straight draw.
Huh.
Including April
familiarized
11th
to it.
of this year, left side straight draw. She had her taser positioned on her left side, as required by policy, with the added protection of straight draw, pulling it with her left hand. Her Glock, her firearm, again, by policy, on the right side of her duty belt. So the only weapon she draws with her right hand is her gun, not her taser.
Shit.
You'll hear about policy on targeting when it comes to the taser as well. Policy says that officers should target lower center mass, but they should avoid the head, the neck, the chest, and the groin, sensitive areas of the body. And you'll also hear about taser training and how the policy requires training, and you'll hear about the training that they go through as well. But the training is required to include performing reaction hand draws or cross draws, which is not applicable to her, to reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm. Policy requires that when they are trained, they practice. They practice. They practice drawing that taser with that left hand with the straight draw. It's required by policy. You'll see some of those records, the records of the defendant's training. Every year she received classroom training, hands-on training, and instruction, practice on this taser, on the tasers that she was issued, and that included the recent certification. In 2015, she was trained and certified. In 2016, she was trained and certified. In 2017 and 2018, she was trained and certified. And in addition, she had to acknowledge that she had received the product warnings and that she understood those warnings at the time that she was recertified on her taser. And she acknowledged receiving them every year she was trained. This is 2019 and 2020, and you'll see those records. And again, in that most recent training, March 2nd, 2021, she once again acknowledged receiving and understanding those product warnings. Now these trainings, like the one on March 2nd, also include reviewing the PowerPoint presentations, demonstrating safe handling, performing de-escalation arcs. Basically, being able to use these tasers in safe ways. And again, on March 2nd, 2021, she indicated that she understood and received the warnings. The Axon product warning. Axon is just the parent company for Taser. She understood those warnings. And what did those warnings say? They said, confusing a handgun with a CEW, a taser, could result in death or serious injury. Learn the differences in the physical feel and holstering characteristics between your CEW, taser, and your handgun to help avoid confusion. Always follow your agency's guidance and training. And those PowerPoints and that training that she went through continue to remind officers of those risks. Those PowerPoints that she had to sit through to be certified every year included that tasers are not risk-free. They can cause death or serious injury. The PowerPoints themselves set forth that the course attendees, the officers, had to acknowledge that they had read and understood that taser warning that you just saw. They included that tasers are serious weapons and should be treated as such. This was all part of the training. And over the years, they also talked about the benefits and the risks with respect to the way that you carry your taser.
Damn.
And they specifically had in their training.
I was wondering why a dude getting into a car and trying to drive away would be even
carrying
grounds for using a taser.
a taser
This is not.
on the non-dominant side had associated issues. That includes, let me rephrase. If you carry your taser on the dominant side, if you're right-handed and you carry your taser on the dominant side, they had instructed their trainees, there's a higher risk of weapon confusion. They talked about the risk of weapon confusion in those trainings. They explained that there were known incidents of shootings by mistaken weapon confusion. This was part of the training going back at least as early as 2016.
Damn.
They trained that you could kill someone, and there were incidents of shootings when you made the mistake and pulled the wrong weapon. And so they explained why it makes sense to carry your taser on the other side of your body. And they direct officers to refer to your department's tactical experts and make your own policy on how to carry, holster, and deploy. They instructed about the known risks. Those risks also included instruction on risks of injury to people operating vehicles or machinery, and risks if someone is tased in the heart or chest area. Those trainings also included smart use considerations. And those smart use considerations explain that if there's no immediate safety risk, slow down and consider alternative force options. And they explain that physical resistance alone does not equal an immediate safety risk. The training materials themselves tell you to reevaluate. The training materials also tell officers to be aware, to be careful, and to be aware of stress and how stress can influence these situations. And they instruct that officers have been accused of using excessive taser exposures due to stress or distractions. Be alert and avoid potential distractions. This is part of the training. And they talk about where to target, where you should aim the taser if you're using it. The trainings say to target the back, that the back is the most preferred target area. And that's because it contains larger muscle groups and reduces the risk of hitting sensitive body areas. And it tells you on the front, you should, if you have to, tase at the front, tase below the chest, split the belt line, increase that distance between those probes so you don't tase near the heart and you don't tase the chest. And the reason for that is there are cardiac risks associated with tasing someone in the chest. So the training materials say, target the back, avoid the chest, avoid the heart region. And the taser training materials also say that historically, over time, these deployments have been most effective from 7 to 15 feet away. Use
Thank you, Lux.
this distance where you can to have a higher hit probability, good probe spread, if you want these items to be effective and to achieve that neuromuscular.
Yeah, she wasn't thinking she had a taser at all.
They may not work.
The prosecution has already convinced me of this. I'd be a shit juror. I'm a pretty gullible
The taser
dude.
training materials also talk about
I would
spark or functionality.
be a shit
test.
juror.
The training materials say that a full 5-second spark.
Call me
or
for
functionality
jury
test
duty.
should
I'll
be
tell you when
conducted
you're
once every 24
interviewing
hours.
me.
That's in
I'd
the
be a
training
shit juror.
materials. It's also in the policy, and you'll hear evidence that
I
the
change
defendant
positions more than
failed
a porn actress.
to spark test her
You know what I mean?
taser for the 2 days prior to this incident. You'll hear that she didn't do that, even though it was required by policy. And even these slides on spark testing explain that you should be aware of potential stress. And over again, throughout the years, every time she's seeing these slides, she's seeing that the tasers are not risk-free. That repeated messaging. Big letters. Read the warnings. Understand them. Understand that tasers can cause death or serious injury. Understand the risks of weapons confusion. But the defendant, the evidence will show that the defendant flouted that training.
With her hand in front of
and she
it.
disregarded
Even with a taser, this
to
isn't.
safeguard life.
You're a shit cop. She's a shitty. I'm glad she's not a cop
killed a
anymore, for
boy.
sure. I hate. She killed a boy.
A
Father. She killed a father.
boy. Those were the defendant's words. That's what she said after she did what she did. On April 11th of this year, the defendant shot and killed Dante Wright, a 20-year-old who had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror.
Lord.
A kid in a Heartbreaker jean jacket. But on April 11th of this year,
He had the matching jeans
Dante
too,
Wright
man.
was
He was
on
looking good that day, man. He was trying to go to the car
it
wash,
was
had that new
Dante
car.
Wright who had his heart
Son at
broken
home.
And it was the defendant who broke Dante Wright's heart when she fired a hollow point bullet straight into his chest. Thank you.
Whew. Okay, members of the jury, we're going.
That is some emotional opening statements from the prosecution. Before we hop over to the defendant, I'm going to go ahead and plug our sponsors, BARKBOX, the monthly subscription service for your dog. If you want to get your dog a cute little sweater, we got the Charlie Brown sweater. If you've never done BARKBOX before, that's a free gift included with your first BARKBOX. It's a Charlie Brown themed shirt for your dog. We're also sponsored by Atlas VPN. It's a VPN. If you're searching the web, if you're browsing the web, if you're going to your sites and you don't have a VPN, you're not doing it anonymously like you think. So whatever you're watching on there, brother, they know about it. And by they, I mean Big Brother, dude. Get a VPN and do that shit from around the world. Be truly anonymous. On us here at Merc Radio. I think it's $1.36 for your first month. Link in description. All right. Before we move on also to this defense opening statement, I just want to explain again why I feel like covering in long form as many trials as we can on the channels, particularly during like a holiday slow season, is for society. I think there's a genuine benefit to everybody watching as much of this as they can, understanding how the law works in America. In particular, if you're American and you're watching this, you need to know how to defend yourself. You need to understand how a prosecution is going to build a case against you, no matter what you've done or what you will do. So let's push forward a little bit. Let's see what we got from this defender. Let's see how the fuck he's possibly gonna defend Kim Potter, because that was, a lot. I was immediately moved to the position that there's no way this lady thought she was holding a taser, and even if she did think she was holding a taser, she was still using it wrong. Let's see what we got. Here we go. Let's get to the
Mr. Frank and your team, Mr. Gray, Ms. Montgomery, former Officer Potter, and her family, her husband, sister-in-law, and brother, members of the jury. She said, "I'll tase you. I'll tase you." The language was direct, it was clear, it was unmistakable. And all Mr. Wright had to do was stop. He was told he was arrested on a warrant. He resisted. She said, "I'll tase you." And all he had to do was surrender. But that wasn't his plan. He continued on with her struggle. And 5 seconds later, she says, "Taser, taser, taser." And you're going to remember those 3 words for the rest of your life. And when she's saying those 3 words, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to know.
That's one word she said 3 times, but
what
continue.
she is seeing. Because what she is seeing is that her partner, Sergeant Johnson, is in the car. He's a tall individual. He's going to testify probably tomorrow. But he's in the car restraining the gear shift so that Mr. Wright can't escape. And she knows that if he's not stopped, Mr. Wright's not stopped, he's about to drive away with a police officer dangling from his car. And she knows, and she'll tell you this, and when she says taser, 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 if she does nothing, Mr. Wright drives away and either substantially harms Sergeant Johnson or
right on, Debbie.
more likely
Thank you for tuning in.
he kills them.
Let us know what you're having for dinner when you got a second, Deb.
So when she says taser, 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 there's one last pause. The facts will show you. Mr. Wright can stop. All he has to do is stop, and he'd be with us. But he goes. She can't let him leave because he's going to kill her partner. And so she
I got you.
does taser,
Yeah,
taser,
Susanna,
taser,
that's a very fair
pulls the
judgment
trigger,
right there, Susanna.
believing that it
Garcia in the
was a
chat.
taser. For why else would she say it?
Oh, right on special. I bet the zoo was dope.
Upon pulling the trigger a single
We are on the
time,
defense's
which is the training
statements.
for tasers,
Opening statements in the
training
Kim
for
Potter
gun is
trial.
pulled twice, she realizes what has happened, much to her everlasting and unending regret. She made a mistake. This was an accident.
Hell yeah, special.
She's a human being.
Go check this shit out.
But she had to do what she had to do to prevent a death to a fellow officer, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before I start on the facts, and there are quite a bit more details to this case than you just heard about over the last hour, I'd like to introduce myself once again.
Shepherd's
It's
Pie,
a
yum.
great honor
Yum,
to be
Deb.
here.
Scrumdilly.
It's a great privilege to be a lawyer in America, I think, and to be able to stand before you in this distinguished court in a case of this magnitude. And we are all about to engage in the great experiment that is called the American democracy, the central feature of which is a jury trial, where, according to the Constitution, if a citizen is accused of crime,
Yeah, Susanna, the more he talks, the more I agree
peers
with you. He sounds
get to decide what the
beleaguered.
facts are and render a just verdict. It's
There's no
humbling,
way she thought she...
to be here,
Spot on.
but a great honor to be her voice. Along with
She
this
really
great to talk
was.
to
This
you.
guy's not doing nearly what... I
Answer
mean,
the ask the
there's no
questions
way
she
Kim
wants
Potter
to
thought
ask.
she was holding a
The evidence she
fucking
wants us to
taser,
present
in my
to
opinion.
her.
There's just no way. There's no
And
way.
finally argue for her in the case, which will be done.
26 years she's been a cop, and she's had the taser and trained on the taser since
Historic
2016.
process that we're all
They
engaged
broke
in.
down how she carried it, why she carried it the way she did to
And I know you
avoid
appreciate
things like
it, but it's
that.
been going on for
She shot that
hundreds,
guy.
over 200 years. In the American effort.
She shot that father.
And there's something.
And even if she did think she was tasing him, they already broke down in the opening statement how that's not how you tase someone.
Everlasting decision about
According to her training since 2016
hardly any
consistently.
greater responsibility.
She was hungry for an arrest. And went out of pocket.
Well, this is an opening statement. It's meant for the defense and the state to give you a roadmap or
Lordy.
overview of the case. It's my chance to tell you what the facts are, many of which were left out. So here's what I'm going to do in the next half hour. I'm going to introduce the police officers to you because they're just not there for a second. They have lives. They have careers, and you should know more about them. So I'll talk about Kimberly Potter and her life and her career. I'll talk about Sergeant Michael Johnson, and I'll talk about Anthony Lucky. I'll give you just an overview of who they are, which you should know about. Then I'll follow that by talking about what happened here. You know, why he was arrested. This case isn't about a license tab. It's about a bench warrant and a guy that had a harassment order and violent conduct on his part. So we'll go in second by second on what happened here and what she saw, because she'll tell you that next week. But I want you to be in mind and mindful of what she saw. And then after we talk about the incident, I'll tell you about the other witnesses we're going to call to buttress and support our defense.
No, she hadn't changed up the carry area special since 2016, and they showed photos to prove it.
So I want you to hang with me for a half hour here. That's where I'm going to go.
But I think it's already at
So let's
negligent
start with the three
manslaughter.
officers. Well, first,
Reckless
Kimberly
use of
Potter,
everything.
she's 49 years old.
Yeah.
Has born in 1972, 4 kids in her household. She had one of these experiences as a kid that is memorable. One day in her grade school class, a police officer named Michael McGee came to talk about bicycle safety. And it is amazing what influence an adult might have on a child at any particular time, but she enjoyed the talk, and it dawned on her that she might want to be a police officer. Just by the mere fact this officer came to her class. She pursued the interest in high school.
Someone just Tokyo drifted down Fifth Avenue.
Which is kind of a teenager.
That's normally some shit you hear in the middle of the night.
Allows kids that age to
Sorry, that shit.
experience police work to see if they might be interested. And by the time she had graduated from high school, Totino Grace, by the way, which is in the northern suburbs, Catholic high school, maybe you are familiar with it, she had decided...
Right, Special? Right? There's really no defending this situation. Special, I want you to look at the photo right before she fired her gun, because she has her fucking hand in front of it, finger on trigger. There's things that would turn your stomach that she did. And she, above anybody else I've ever known, should be well enough trained to not do that.
Majors for police officers. She graduated.
I think she was hungry for an arrest and went out of pocket.
Really hard. And then she started applying for work in the community. She got a job at the Anoka Regional Treatment Facility, but she wanted to get in with the police force. So she applied and was hired in 1995 to work for Brooklyn Center Police Department as a patrol officer. And she'll tell you one of the proudest days of her life was to have her dad pin the badge on her so that she could be a police officer.
Me saying coffee like that crack
Around
you
the
up
same
once?
time, she married her husband.
Coffee talk.
How excited you
I was very excited for this
They have
iced
2
coffee.
kids.
I'm an iced coffee
One's in
person
the Marine
again.
Corps now, and one plays the
Prayers
Division
for my
I hockey
kidneys,
in the
guys.
Dakotas.
Too
And they
cold for that
raise their
crap
family
here.
in the
Oh, I bet. Dude, I'm hating how cold it is here right now.
Officer, she always wanted to be on the street. She took a
I was bitching about it this morning. It's like 50 degrees this morning. I was like, fuck this.
which will come into
I miss 100 degrees. I miss it.
She became a part of the
I want my dry 107 lizard
task
weather
force.
back.
She's really interested in women who are victimized by men and subject to the
Look, I get so
violence
healthy in it.
occasionally, and she shepherded the women through the court system.
You're not making the lizard
became their
accusations
mentors,
any
made
easier
sure
to
they were
defend.
treated
That's
fairly.
true. I'm still honestly trying to disprove that shit to myself.
Negotiation team.
The more every time I check Ancestry.com, it feels like there's a new person added that's scandalous as fuck.
She was an FTO, asked to be an FTO, which is an honor as well to train police officers. And then this day that we're going to talk about in a moment, she was the FTO, Field Training Officer. And one of her greatest achievements, she'll tell you, is that she is on the honor guard for police officers who die in the line of duty. She is the one.
Oh, don't play into how honorable of a cop she's been in the past. She went out of pocket. It ain't about the past. It ain't about how she felt in the moment either. They brought up, you
The
know?
officer will tell you that the most dangerous thing a police officer will do is respond to a traffic
Let's
stop
see. Special guest
or an act
says
of domestic violence. And everybody that makes
they
the
must have
stop
got a
knows.
hold of that Eurobeat remix of Kickstart My Heart. That shit is dope.
that's her-
Shout out to Turbo
that's
for
her-
being one of the hardest
that's-
workers in the game. Yeah, for real.
And over the course of 26
And the
years,
same, she wanted to show
She never
her
fired a
leadership,
gun.
and she screwed it all up. Exactly, Susanna. She was
She never
hungry to
fired
be
one.
a figure of authority, so she pulled her gun to try to
She
make
never
that
fired a
authority
case.
happen. In Dante's eyes, Dante tried to run, and
she
she
never had
fucking
to.
did the wrong thing.
She was
Now
good at
again,
de-escalating
second
everything
degree.
here. That's
I don't
what
think
she's
this is
trying
like a
to do.
premeditated thing.
I'll tell you.
I want to bring up, though, we'll pause this for a second. I want to bring up again to special guests and anybody who's just now popping into the stream. The whole reason they pulled Dante over was an air freshener in his rear view mirror. He had a warrant and he tried to run. But the reason they pulled him over was an air freshener. I can't think of a time that I've had an automobile that I'm driving that I did not have an air freshener on my rearview mirror. I realize that like potential obstructions are illegal in his area, but dude, That sounds like some pick and choose profile-y shit. I don't like the whole reason they pulled this kid over. This father over. He's a father. He had a kid at home. When they kill people. But that said, I don't think this is yeah, definitely not premeditated. Definitely second degree. But again, like, I just feel it's really important to bring up that the whole reason this started to begin with, like this whole encounter, the beginning of this encounter, was over an air freshener. They ran dude's info for no reason. They did not suspect him of committing a crime other than keeping his car smelling like black ice, and that's some old bullshit, in my opinion. That whole fucking area needs to fix that law. Like, unless somebody has a straight up, like, big plaque that's swinging in front of their eyes and it says, I do methamphetamine on the reg, there's no reason to pull someone over for some shit hanging off your rearview mirror. Sorority girls in that town have to be fucked. You know, there's probably so many traffic tickets on these sorority girls with their lanyards and their ID badges and their keys and their lays from their trip to Hawaii and their, you know. I've been on a bunch of different dates.
They don't get pulled over for that.
See, exactly. They're white. They don't get pulled over for that.
Not all sorority girls are white. We're don't go there.
Well,
we're talking about sorority girls.
Oh, that's true.
Not all of them are white, and I know some black sorority girls who have that same shit.
Yeah. They might get pulled over, though.
They might, but they're also sorority girls, so maybe not. You never know.
That's true. Okay, so maybe the saving grace is the sorority stickers.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You got that Pi Beta Delta on the back of your car. You might not get pulled over. Yeah. If you got a single black ice pine tree shaped air freshener
hanging from your rear view, you might get pulled over.
And some honestly pretty bitchin' bedazzled drippy denim. Like, dude was dressed up pretty hot that day. He had that car. He was going to the car wash. Like, Dante was feeling good, looking fresh. And no, there's a double standard. Here's some old bullshit. I call profiling. I think it's some old bullshit. Special guest says, hey man, in Mississippi, they'll pull you over if they decide your plate frame covers 1% of the tag. What the fuck? Had been pulled over and had a gun drawn on me by a cop because they misran my plate in Fayetteville. Got him to rerun the plate, didn't even get an apology. It's a class issue, not a race issue. Yeah, definitely a class issue. They're looking for broke people. In Dante's case, I can't, what I have to go on with these details is they saw the back of his head and an air freshener and pulled that dude over.
While it is a class issue versus a race issue, like, you and I come from an area where the classes are very much broken up that way.
That's true.
So that's something people need to understand.
That's true. In a lot of places there is that divide. I had a very awesome boss one time in my life. Is a cat named Heath. He's a former Marine, but he's from a predominantly African American community, and he's a little white guy. And he'll tell you all about the class divide where he's from. It's not really about race. Does it look like it's a race issue? Yes, but it's not. It's a class issue because he was getting discriminated against just as much as all of his peers, and he was like the only white dude in a lot of situations, as he explained it. And so I agree with that. Like, it looks like that though, and I think a lot of cops profile accordingly. We know for a fact they have historically. Miles Davis pulled over for driving a Ferrari and being asked whose fucking car that was. He's I'm Miles fucking Davis, is my car. And they beat him and arrested him. So just depends, on the area, the situation. I think every county is different. I think that this is why I'm kind of firm on a lot of on the ground lawmaking needs to be done county per county, because even within a place like New York, how do you make laws for a place like New York? How do you not seem classist at some point? How do you not unintentionally even discriminate against the people living in rural areas because you're having to police and build law for a metropolitan area, which New York as a state, New Jersey also, they have metropolitan areas and they have rural areas. And you can't make laws of sweeping laws for them the same. They're completely different communities with different needs and different daily, obstacles. And that's how I feel about that. See, special guest says it's far. Yeah. I've also known plenty of black folks who never got pulled over. They tended to have church stickers on their car. Yeah, if you're in a community with a deep theological grounding, you could probably play that church card. I've seen people play the church card for sure. Yeah, sorority stickers, things like that. The thin blue line sticker, you get that. My grandfather always made sure I had the I'm carrying a peace sticker. In Arkansas in particular, if that was some old school. I don't know if any of those cops are even still around, but if you put that sticker in the right place, they're probably not going to mess with you too much.
That was. I used to have one of those on my car when I bought it from my brother.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. Like if you put it in, like there's almost like a secret cop language. You know what I mean? Like, and if you're in the club, you're in the club, and you can kind of mark your car up in a way that's like you're not going to get any heat.
There's definitely a reason I'll never have a pagan sticker on my car.
Oh shit! Definitely not in the Bible Belt. Not in the state that's controlled by 3 crosses over Jesus or whatever the fuck that church is. That giant. We have a mega church where we're from, and there's a lot of people that go to that.
2 of them now.
2. That's right. 2 mega churches now.
Yeah, there's one in Fayetteville now.
Lordy. Yeah, televangelism isn't helping anything in society, in my opinion. Yeah.
Negative to the human race.
Yeah. Oh yeah, special guest says you discovered that people from Northwest Arkansas assume their experience is the same as Southern wide. Keep in mind I may be from Northwest Arkansas, but I've been across the continent. So like when I say things like that, I'm saying it from, I've been in a van full of people and been to most of our states, feet on ground. So, I had beer bottles thrown at me. I've seen, we've been pulled over for bullshit. We've been, through places where we get no heat. It just depends on the area. I think everywhere is a little bit different, but for the most part, yeah, there's a class issue. There's a wealth disparage, disparance. I don't know how to say that. I don't know what word I'm looking for. But case in point, y'all live right next to Harrison. That level of racist organization is still hidden back home, whereas it's worn on the sleeve in Arkansas. Yeah, and not so much in Northwest. It feels like that's probably the most liberal area you're going to find in Arkansas is the little Northwest corner. And I've always been thankful for that. But even in the most liberal spot in Arkansas, it's, it's out there. It's out there. But yeah. Also, anti-Semitism's that's worldwide right now. Something I deal with daily running a YouTube channel. So you're probably not going to see me repping my Chabad on my car. You know what I mean? I'm looking to get ran off the road or whatever by just people who think I control Hollywood or their money or whatever. So there's, again, I'm not necessarily talking as an Arkansan. I've been across the country. Let's see, at Christie. Here the cops will sit outside breweries and pull over anyone they want requesting breathalyzers. They're also allowed to follow you home and watch and see you drinking, then charge you with a DUI. Damn. Yeah, they do here too. Yeah. Yeah, the legality of that varies state to state, but for the most part, I used to live near a little town called, I lived right behind the city lines of, what's it? Whoa. Justin, the notorious speed trap right off of Rogers. What the hell? What town is that called? Oh shit, I already forgot the name. I had to pay these people money and fines. Little Flock as a town. Yeah, well, it's off of, you can get there. It's the city limits is right there by the Pig Trail Harley Davidson shop. But like right into the city limit, Little Flock. Little Flock is barely a town, and they make like 99% of their money in traffic tickets. One time I pulled in.
More than that.
Yeah, one time they pulled me over after I had already parked and got out of the car for driving suspiciously. I was going home. One time they pulled my baby mama over every day for 2 weeks and never gave her a ticket. You know, and that's, ugh. Yeah, Christy. In America, we do have that. We have an advantage. You know, you're innocent until proven guilty. Zimmy explaining how it works in Italy freaked the shit out of me, you know, where it's like the cops arrest you and it's your job, even though you're incarcerated, to prove your innocence. That's a lot to put on somebody. And doesn't really look like a compassionate system when you look at it. Maybe born to be, like all laws. In my opinion, most laws are born from a place of compassion. But it's all about, once it's on its own two legs, when you step back, is that thing a monster or is it a compassionate being? And the way most countries handle litigation, that's why America has changed it. That's why this defense attorney said it really well. Like, the centerpiece of this great American experiment is a trial by jury, trial by your peers. And I dig that. I'll always stand as that being the best system we've created yet. I think we can make it better, but I think it's the best system we have right now when it comes to getting to the bottom of what happened and actually, you know, swinging the long dick of the law. Yeah. Folks wonder why I'm not interested in immigrating to, yeah, say Australia. Well, yeah, I'm not going there. Yeah. Christy says, what about the Christmas tree? I have no clue what you're talking about.
Torched. I showed you that this morning. The Fox News Christmas
Oh, yeah. I've got that story pulled up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, she didn't specify. She said, what about the Christmas tree?
Well,
I was
no,
like,
because earlier your special guest said, did y'all hear about the Fox Christmas tree?
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah. Yeah, it got torched. I got a story about that pulled up. I just wanted to get through this defense and kind of cover the day cover Kim Potter for the day. You know, give a good like 2 hours on the murder of Dante Wright and the trial of Kim Potter. We haven't really touched on it on the show yet, but again, live trials are live trials, and I like to tune into as many of them as I can. So if a judge says, hell yeah, bring those cameras on, I say we show up too. But yeah, no, someone torched the Fox Christmas tree, which, you know, as someone who doesn't like the holidays, I'm about it. Let's see what we got here. Man arrested after All-American Christmas tree is torched. A 49-year-old homeless man has been arrested on suspicion of setting fire early Wednesday morning to the large Christmas tree. Let's read this here. Outside the News Corp headquarters, home to Fox News, New York Post, and Wall Street Journal. Oh man, no injuries were reported after the fire was started around 12:15 a.m. at the Fox Square, the plaza outside the building in Midtown Manhattan. So it was just an independent homeless person. Dramatic footage posted to social media shows the 50-foot tree engulfed in flames before being extinguished by first responders.
I mean, if no one was hurt, the punk rock side of me kind of doesn't give a fuck.
I'm kind of, again, I was like, yeah, burn that shit down. I'm already tired of Christmas. According to New York ABC affiliate WABC, police have identified Craig Tamanaha, 49, as the suspect. Tamanaha. Craig Tamanaha. Sorry, his last name's wild. His last name's an adventure. They've charged him with 8 counts, including arson and disorderly conduct. Yeah, police have acted alone, and his motive is unclear, but what they were looking into whether mental illness was a factor. Oh, okay, so he might be mentally unwell. Fox News says it plans to rebuild the tree. The tree had been lit during a third annual All-American Christmas ceremony broadcast on Fox News on Sunday. Huh. It took 21 hours to assemble and had 10,000 glass ornaments and 100,000 lights, according to Fox. Torched. Boom. Ruined.
Sounds like they should have spent so much money on a damn tree.
Yeah, ruined. Yeah, Gentiles make no fucking sense to me, and that's part of it. This is tree shit. Hey, Erica, missed you too. What's up, lady? Yeah, dude's straight
I'd rather
arrested.
just decorate a tree outside than deal with having one inside.
Right? I don't know. But I'm also, holiday season. Ugh. Bah humbug.
I'm literally part of the religion that most of the Christmas traditions America follows came from, and I'm still like, no, I'm good.
Exactly. It's all Norse pagan traditions. I mean, and I still,
Germanic, Norse, and Swiss specifically.
Yeah. It's just, even if I wasn't, I don't know. It's the first year away from my family for the holidays too, and shit's going all crazy for them. So it's not a good holiday season. I'm not into it, not feeling it, not digging it. I'm glad that tree going up might as well be Paris on fire right now. Part of me's like, yeah. That sounds about right. That right there is like, when I saw the photos of the tree on fire, I was like, well, there's fucking, the last 2 years, honestly, outside of meeting Lux and moving to Tucson.
Oh, someone else feels about the same way about Christmas as I do.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like, okay. Yeah. I think that's what you're supposed to do with that thing anyway. Would you, like, burn a Yule log? Is that part of it? I don't know.
Yeah, it's you burn a Yule log, and then you're supposed to save part of it and restart your fire at the beginning of the year with it, or something like that. I can't remember the exact tradition anymore.
Yeah. They'd pull a full-size tree into a cabin every year, a 20-foot tree indoors. The amount of needles that must fall off that thing it has to be enormous.
Poor people with pine addiction or pine allergies.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but all the YouTubers take time off right now. Like, everyone's like, all the big YouTubers are gearing up or have already started their like 2 to 4 week breaks, and they come back after the first of the year. And I fucking see why. It's I'm gonna just do edited content next year through the holiday season, just because it's a lot. Even the holiday stories, I'm like, I'm tired of it. Christy loves the smell of the trees. Eric has a pine addiction. I couldn't imagine having a real tree in your home. That's got to be bad.
We brought in part of a red cedar tree a year or two back, and that was all right, but it was also like 4 feet tall at most.
Oh, see, that's doable. That's like something one person can wrangle. You know what I mean? A 20-foot tree is insane. I had a stepfather who had a mother. So my step-grandmother, my mom was married to him for like 4 years. She had a huge-ass Christmas tree in this big-ass house that her husband bought. And it was cool. It was really cool. I think it was a real tree. I don't know. I wasn't there for cleanup or anything, but it sure looked pretty, so I'll give it that. Boy, did that bitch look pretty on fire, I'll say that. Well, anyone who had a pine allergy obviously wouldn't be showing up to their living room in their private residence. It's not like it was forced on them in public. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to pine. That's probably another reason I don't dig it. But I live in the desert. I like, constant shoe wear, super sensitive feet. Damn special. That's true. He does a goddamn super sensitive feet. I'm basically Rick Rubin with the amount that I'm barefoot. I hate wearing shoes. Hate it. Barefoot a lot. Raised barefoot in the Ozarks, so like I just grew up barefoot walking on rocks.
I mean, I've always heard them called foot prisons, but okay.
You know what I'm saying? Just as they're both Ozark babies, man. We're like, nah, I grew up walking on like hella gravel, like
glass. That's fine.
Yeah. have to take this petty egg to my foot because it just, the bottoms are hobbit heels, dude. It's fully calloused under there. You know? If psoriasis is messing with your feet special, you probably need to let them breathe more. You know what I mean? Erica says fake trees are about 600 and up if you want a nice one. Pre-lit is like 900 unless you want a crappy one. Crazy, but you will have it for a long ass time.
No, my clumsy ass would break it the first year. If not the first year, definitely the second.
Yeah, Chrissy says fake trees are 150 here. You can hacky sack and toad boots. That's true, special, but I don't know if that's the best thing for your overall lower leg joint health. Because you never know when you get in a situation you got to run barefoot, you know. Part of, you know, run like hell because you always need to. Never be cruel or cowardly, and if you do, make amends. And don't eat pears. They're squishy and make your chin wet. Like basic rules. And part of run like hell is like, you know, no matter what you got on your feet. So. Oh yeah, Erica. Yeah. Music. How do I listen to your music, Erica? In the Merc Radio website, there's a little music section. If you click on that music section, it'll take you to Spotify. If you need an iTunes link or whatever platform you listen to music on, I can shoot it to you. And yeah, are gas prices still going up or are they dropping? I thought I heard that we dropped a couple cents the other day.
I don't even look anymore. I just buy the gas and hope it's cheap enough for me to afford.
Yeah, where it's like, let's see how this tank goes. Let's hope this lasts. Oh no, my lower back, leg, feet, joints are beyond screwed. It's at 43, there's not much going back. Lies. Lies, special. Jeff Goldblum out here looking golden as fuck. That's our genes, brother. We can turn that shit around. We don't have to age like avocados in the sun, I'm convinced. We're just Jewish, so we got to take care of ourselves or we start looking like Mel Brooks young. You know what I'm saying? You gotta hit that tanning bed and eat some avocados and lotion. You gotta hit that lotion. Lotion's important.
Especially post-COVID.
Yeah, keep in mind, special, our genome comes from Northern Africa. And we need lotion. We get ashy. About to say, I'm really glad the cop car can take E85. When you can find it. Yeah. $3.70 a gallon here for gas. Fuck my life. I hate Massachusetts. That's wild. That's a pretty high gas price. I won't lie. That's pretty gnarly. Oof. Man. So earlier in the day, Biden spoke to a camera about a phone call he made to Putin in Russia. I thought maybe we could hear what old Joe Biden had to say about it. Yes, I refer to our current president as old Joe Biden. He knows what he did, and it's lived past 100 years old.
Putin, I was very straightforward. There were no minced words. It was polite, but I made it very clear. If in fact he invades Ukraine,
Damn, quiet.
Severe consequences.
Put that mic on that old man.
Severe consequences. Economic consequences like none he's ever seen or ever have been seen.
He's threatening Russia on the phone.
He knows his immediate response was he understood that, and I indicated that I knew he would respond, but beyond that, if in fact we would probably also be required to reinforce our presence in NATO countries to reassure.
Yeah, sanctions, the same sanctions we've been dropping on him. He ain't got no fucking threats. $5.60 a gallon in Canada, Christy? Damn. Cha-cha. Yes.
And their dollars are worth more, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true. Their money is worth more. But I'll go anywhere $5 a gallon. Staying my ass at home.
Not just with us, but with at least 4 of our major NATO allies and Russia to discuss the future of Russia's concerns relative to NATO writ large.
Exactly, Special. If they're not military consequences, he's getting laughed out of the room, and there are no military consequences. What's he going to offer to give Putin more bases in the Middle East and leave more shit behind so they can smuggle heroin back over here? Fuck.
In Ukraine,
I'd be the president that smacks cameras like I'm Kanye in a bad mood. Get that shit out of it. I bet people scared of me.
We have a moral obligation and a legal obligation to our NATO allies.
They need to fire that boom operator.
They do. This is bad. They, like, get the mic closer.
Does not extend to NATO.
I understand being scared of Secret Service, but come on.
What the rest of the NATO countries were willing to do.
It cost you over $200 to fill your Ford F-150?
Use force to confront Russia invading.
I'm not going anywhere. Canada's huge. You gotta drive everywhere. Fuck that. I'm not gonna. That's criminal.
I've heard that the cars sold to Canada actually get better gas mileage.
Wow.
That might help, but that's still ridiculous.
Yeah, what kind of gas mileage are you getting, Christy? So yeah, Biden's threatening economic sanctions. He's basically over there watching Putin bang his girlfriend like, I'm gonna do some shit, and then not doing anything, just staying in a closet.
I'm gonna take that Spider-Man mask off here in a second.
Right. Oh man, we also have some apparently racy photos show Ghislaine Maxwell rubbing Jeffrey Epstein's feet. So here's Ghislaine rubbing Epstein's feet with her titties half out and shit. It's weird, you know. Federal prosecutors released the images on Tuesday as evidence in Maxwell's sex trafficking trial in New York. To show that she wasn't abused, she's a foot massage. The raunchy photos were recovered during an FBI raid at Epstein's Upper East Side fucking Manhattan mansion. Prosecutors have sought to paint Epstein and Maxwell as partners in crime as he sexually abused underage girls from 1994 to 2004. Man. So anyway, that's here's a close up again. Here's Maxwell rubbing some feet. This trial's getting weird. We're like, how abused could this lady be? Look at her rubbing these feet with that smile. So we found out yesterday that Maxwell probably likes feet or something. I don't know. We got the mug shots of the accused Michigan school shooter. He's been assigned a public defender, and the parents hired a legal team. Fuck these parents. They didn't get their kid an attorney, but they hired a professional legal team for themselves. Like, they've thrown their kid out to the woods, and they gave this kid so much. Like, the fact that they didn't just trust him with a gun, and like they didn't trust him with a gun. They messaged him, "Don't do it," and shit. I can't wait to see what honestly these parents end up getting in whole. But here's their mug shots.
What's crazy to me is that they're acting like Kevin Hart did in that bit where he's like, "No, don't do it." Like, that's what I think.
Oh yeah.
When I think of this dumbass text message from his mom.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, that's what it. No, you don't take your kid to school if you think he's going to shoot up a school. It's insane. The whole story is insane in that regard. But their legal team includes Shannon Smith, who represented disgraced USA gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar, which is gross. But she's probably a good defense attorney. Their son Ethan, on the other hand, is being represented by court-appointed lawyer Paulette Michael Lofton, a little-known defense attorney from the Detroit suburb of Rochester. So again, they just said, "Fuck you, kid. You can get your own representation." And he's like, "The fuck? I'm a kid." The parents were charged with involuntary manslaughter as accessories to their 15-year-old son's first-degree murder case. Ethan Crumbley faces life in prison if convicted on 4 counts of first-degree murder, terrorism, and 7 counts of assault with intent to commit murder in the November 30th shooting. Crumbly purchased the 9mm semi-automatic handgun their son allegedly used in the shootings. They basically just gave it to the kid and refused to take him out of school after a meeting with administrators over a disturbing drawing the teen made. They refuse to take him out of school. They just don't want to be parents, is how it sounds. Like they're like, we're done having a kid. We're done paying anything for having a kid. We're over it. Damn. 5 will get you 10. They're the type of folks who are relieved when the state takes their kid for negligence. Yeah, special. Yeah, they're obvious. Yeah, they're relieved they don't have to deal with this kid anymore. Is how it feels like. They hire themselves like this expensive ass defense attorney situation, and don't get him shit. They just leave him, and they probably haven't even talked to him or send someone to talk to him on their behalf because they're locked up too. It's just pretty gross how they act. Let's see if we can stomach any more of this opening statement. We're 2 hours in, guys. If you got them, burn them.
Which is another way of saying, please stop, so I don't have to hurt you. Please stop. So that's who she is. She'll tell you that. Sergeant Johnson is on the scene. He's 41. He started the force in 2005. He became a member of the SWAT team, and you'll see that he is an imposing guy, 6'2", 6'3". He's on the SWAT team because of his physicality. SWAT teams
got the big body cop.
Go into houses to arrest
Sergeant
people,
Big Body Bugatti.
do search warrants, and are engaged in these
I gotta watch more of that.
activities
We gotta get back
designed
to
to
that.
arrest people
Oh.
who don't want to be
Watch a
arrested,
little
and
bit more of that.
anything that's
I was like,
involving
more of it. We
dangerous
watched all of it twice.
course of action.
Yeah, I
The
know.
SWAT team is
Watch
often
again.
called. He'll describe that to you. But the fact of the matter is, the SWAT team members tend
We got to
to be
find that
fearless
show.
because they take the most risks.
That's really what I mean.
And on this day, he was the guy who opened the passenger car door and stayed in the car. And he was the guy that she wanted to save. So that's Sergeant Johnson. He's a patrol sergeant. He's her supervisor. He evaluates her. And he's on duty that day. He gets the radio call and he arrives. Finally, we have Anthony Lucky, who is the young one of the bunch, but old in terms of experience. Mr. Lucky's in his 20, Officer Lucky's in his 20. He grew up in Brooklyn Park, which of course is next to Brooklyn Center. Graduated from high school there. He too will tell you that somewhere along the line when he was 7 or 8, he decided to be a police officer. After high school, he went to junior college for 2 years, Rasmussen. Got certified. You need a 2-year degree to be a police officer, 4-year or 2-year. And got his boards and started to become a police officer. His first job was up in Mille Lacs, for the Mille Lacs band up in Mille Lacs Lake. The geography was a little tough. That's not quite where he wanted to be. He had a job in Gaylord, Minnesota, a small town north, south and west of here, and then he applied to where he always wanted to be, which was Brooklyn Center. And Brooklyn Center was right next to where he lived.
You're giving the life stories on these cops.
He'll tell you. He knows the people. He knows the culture. He has intuitions about what is occurring because he grew up here. And in a sense, wait for him to testify as well. So those are the 3 people that really
I like these little
know
quiet
what
times
happened here.
where I just sit here.
Let me go now
unnoticed.
into April 11th. On this day, Officer Lucky is supervised, as we said, by former Officer Potter. They start the shift. It's a Sunday. It's non-eventful. Nothing is happening much on a Sunday in April in Brooklyn Center, but they're on routine patrol.
Erica says hello.
And FTO supervises
Hey,
the new police officer.
how's it going?
Officer Lucky just started in
I was sitting in your
February
chair earlier.
of this year.
I was just like,
And he's driving along and he sees a white GM Buick in a turn lane. The signals are opposite. Instead of turning left, there's a signal to turn right. His curiosity is piqued. He decides to follow the car. It's his decision. As he follows the car, he runs the plate. He notes that the tabs are expired. He sees a Christmas tree hanging from the mirror. But this case isn't about tabs. It's not about Christmas trees. He has a right to stop. He makes the decision. It's his own decision. She joins it. She doesn't oppose it. And he stops the car, and you're going to see a much longer video as we go through here. So he does what he's trained to do. He walks up to the car door. The window comes down. He immediately notices the odor of marijuana.
Uh-oh.
I didn't tell you that.
Last I heard, even in
He sees
Michigan,
marijuana
smoking some weed isn't something to get shot
inside the
over.
car. He asked for a license. Mr. Wright, excuse me, who was driving the car,
It always drove me nuts when people would get guns drawn on them for smelling like some weed. And it's like, you realize what they were doing is the opposite of violent crime, right? Like, they're just smoking some weed. Leave them alone.
has no license.
Right, Erica? Oh, no.
He can't give him one. His license is suspended.
They're more likely to draw a picture than a gun.
Yeah.
He asked for insurance. Officer Lucky does, because in Minnesota, to drive a car, you got to have insurance. And the reason you have insurance is that should you get into crash.
Well, it was a warrant for an FTA. He had a warrant for an FTA. Let's be real. The warrant was for an FTA. He failed to appear to court over a firearms charge.
Something 4 years old in a different name.
That's what the warrant was for. That's what the prosecutor said.
Here going on.
It's for an FTA.
Anything about
He was pulled over because he had an air freshener in his rearview
about
mirror.
someone who shouldn't be driving a car at all. Lucky goes back to the car. They get in. He runs a warrant check. Standard. There are different databases that can be used to run a warrants check. If you've ever stopped, this has happened to you as well. But so he runs a check, and you'll hear the audio of it, and there's a warrant for him. So this changes the equation. The warrant is for a gun charge.
An FTA over the gun charge, so he didn't show up to court for the gun charge.
It's a gross misdemeanor.
So he got a warrant for an FTA, which means they do have to detain
in the
you.
area to be alarmed.
They want to show that to the judge and the court and the system that they did detain you.
From this area,
and they have to treat you like a flight risk. You're an
a
FTA.
substantial percentage of people driving in Brooklyn Center have guns in their car. He'll estimate it's up to 40%. That may be high, but that's for his own anecdotal experience. But there's a substantial chance, he'll tell you, that there's now a gun in the car because the guy's got a gun warrant. And he'll tell you he thought there was a substantial chance Wright had a gun either on his person or in the left container of the car in the doorway or in the console, which is where you hide the guns. Okay? He's alerted. So they run more checks, though.
He's profiled this kid, and assuming he's not flying right because of that FTA.
Mr. Wright, a female had secured an order for protection against him because he had been violent against her. So we have guns.
My family get popped for FTAs all the time.
We have someone who's accused Mr. Wright of being violent, and a court
Motherfuckers just won't go to court
him
sometimes.
to stay away from her.
FTA is the stupidest thing to get popped for, honestly.
Away.
Like, just go to court.
You can't be allowed to leave. So Lucky goes back to the car and says, they have a conversation here. And the conclusion he drew was that he had to be arrested on the warrant. A court of law directed him to arrest him. It has nothing to do with a license tab. It has to do with a court order from this district. So the plan is...
No, but when you're arresting someone over a warrant, you arrest them over what the warrant's issued for, not the implications of the case that he didn't show up to. That's not the cop's job.
Female is in the car because
My sister's had plenty of cases she's FTA'd on, and they treat her the same time every time they arrest her for an FTA.
With restraining orders and harassment orders, sometimes the girlfriend or the friend who gets the
arrest
order
you.
reconciles with the defendant. And they have to find out...
And it's a firearms charge, not an armed robbery charge.
To see if she is in danger. This is standard police work.
While it's attached to an armed
fault
robbery
can be
case,
had for
the
the
charge
strategy.
as it read, I thought, was negligent
So
use of
Lucky
a
walks up to the
firearm or something, or unauthorized use of a firearm.
Tells him, Mr. Wright, to get out. He can't arrest him inside the car. So he directs him to get out, and about the same time, all three of them say you're under arrest.
Yeah, FTA's FTA.
Johnson,
You have to
by
be
this
treated like a
time, has
flight
conferred.
risk,
He knows what the
not
situation
shot.
is.
You got to be detained.
So
not
there's an
killed.
arrest warrant for a gun.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I suppose, they could have taken Mr. Wright further back. But all these officers will say that sometimes they arrest at the doorway.
Yeah, special. That
Plan
story
was to cuff
happened,
him
but
and
that's
then
not
figure out
why.
what to do.
That's not why
They
that
had to
warrant
cuff
was
him,
there.
recheck
And
the
that those
warrant,
details
recheck
aren't
the
on
warrant.
that warrant. Like what you
Figure out
see
what
is
to do.
failure to appear for a guns charge.
This is all legitimate. This is all legitimate police work. And all Mr. Wright had to do was surrender on the warrant, which he had to have known about. That's all he had to do. So he gets him out of the car. Lucky does. And then you
And
hear
it is
on the
what you got to do.
videotape, which
You're
you'll
supposed
hear
to
many
surrender on a
times,
warrant. He tried to flee.
turns
You know.
Dante right to the car, tries to get his arms back.
But yeah, I'll defend the
That's what he's
dead
supposed
kid
to do.
who got
And
pulled
then
over for an air
Wright
freshener.
starts to tense up, and Lucky
The
says, "Don't
father
tense up.
who got pulled over for an
Don't
air
tense
freshener.
up.
Yeah.
Don't do it, bro," I think is the language that you'll hear. So we have someone who's supposed to surrender and doesn't want to surrender.
Yeah, but special.
And
Now
he
you're
gets
getting
back
into
in
the
the car,
speculative stuff.
and
I'm just going off the
it's
black and
chaotic.
whites of what
It's
the
fast
prosecution
moving.
laid out
This
and
is really
what they're
quick.
legally allowed to
Mr.
act
Wright
on.
is extremely fast. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and that is escape.
I'm sure they can ping the
So he
last
twists
things you
and turns
texted,
back in the
but
car.
you know.
And at this point, Johnson enters the car. Johnson holds, as I say, the gear shift.
Get an
So he can't
FTA pulled over for an air freshener, ends up shot.
Lucky's trying to hang on. And at this point,
Unless
he
you
has to be stopped.
pulled a gun and started a,
He can't just drive away.
No, it was a reckless firearm
Because
charge, dude.
Police officers know that fleeing a police officer is also a felony. And fleeing at a dangerous speed, which you saw in the video, is a dangerous felony. It's a crime of violence.
The armed
They also
robbery
know-
charge, homie, was pending. He hadn't gone to court and FTA'd for it yet. He's probably going to turn himself in and deal with that all at the same time.
I'll tase you, I'll tase you, I'll tase you, she says. It's clear, it's direct, it's rooted in her hostage crisis.
But no, you don't get
training.
shot
She
over pending
announces
charges.
What's going to happen to him? She hopes, as I tell you, that he will
Or FTAs.
comply.
She also says she thought she was tasing him, which I think is bullshit. There's no way she thought that shit was a
Repeats it
taser.
twice, I'll tase you, I tase you, and there's 5 seconds. And then, as I told you, she sees Johnson, whose location was key to the case. Because if this guy drives away,
What speculation?
he's dead.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said probably special. That's why I said probably. But no, they can't. They're not going to arrest you on pending charges. You got to be charged.
She shouts, taser, taser, taser. And one of the issues for you, or the key issue in the case for you, is what was her conscious thought as to whether or not she had
Yeah,
a taser.
we can do nothing but speculate on Dante's dead.
The objection is overruled.
The evidence will show you, in her own testimony and in your intuition after watching the video 10 times, is that she believed that she possessed a taser. That's why she said taser, taser, taser. She didn't say gun, gun, gun. And if she believed...
There's no way she thought it was a taser. It's
She
twice
had
the
a
weight,
taser.
bright fucking yellow. She has it as a straight draw on her left
She did not
side
have an awareness
and a straight draw on her right side for the
possessing
gun.
a gun.
And it's been that way since 2016 minimum. Like that we can prove
You know,
visually. So there's no way she thought that shit was a
crimes
taser.
of
She did
life
verbally
and
say though, "I'll
crime
tase you,"
that
which
she
is
was in
confusing. And she did seem
trial.
upset that she shot
It's just not
somebody
shooting
after she shot
somebody.
somebody.
That's not the crime. It's being consciously aware of some kind of fact.
Why do I think she didn't shoot him by mistake? Because she pulled her gun from the right side, straight draw, finger on the trigger, hand in front of the gun, which would make anybody who knows anything about firearm safety fucking
As you
puke,
look at the case,
and then shot the guy. So she again said she thought she was going to shoot him with a taser.
whether
So she meant to shoot
it's
him
taser,
with
taser,
a
she meant
weapon.
something else. You
Yeah,
decide.
that was the intention.
The intention was to shoot him.
That's why we're here.
She thought, even let's say she did think it was a taser. The intention again was to
So
shoot
that
him.
takes care of
But
the-
you know, this trial they've already established isn't about intent. There's no premeditation or anything like that. They're going for like manslaughter, right?
Are going to be
So it's not about intent. It's about, you know, the fact that she did draw in
several witnesses.
fire.
The first
you know?
one will be Timothy
Yeah.
Gannon. He's the police chief, former police chief of Brooklyn Center. He was starting at Brooklyn Center in 1994, about the same time former Officer Potter did. His rise through the department was.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, special
of course,
guest.
He was on the SWAT team. He became a sergeant quite quickly.
For that
And
unpermitted
then he became
firearm.
a commander. There are 3 commanders, and then the police chief, and then eventually he became the police chief of Brooklyn Center. And he's going to testify first. He's a veteran of the Iraq War.
Yeah.
He's got a-
No, Christy also shared a link. Again, I'm
he's a
not
wealth of
probably gonna
experience. He's been in
smear a
over
dead
100
dude, but
critical instances
yeah,
in his
no, I
life.
mean, did he commit armed robbery?
Shots were
Probably
fired.
sounds like it. It sucks he can't go to
He
trial for it.
himself.
But yeah, no, like the black and white, he had an FTA for a
Training
fucking firearms charge, and
Brooklyn Center police
you know,
officers.
while that does, and they broke it down. When you have somebody that reads the way he does on their computer, there's a way they are trained to react. And the way she reacted is not how they are trained to react.
Given the position of Johnson's body in the car, it was consistent with Officer Potter's training to
But,
only shoot
you know,
straight.
again, as far as I'm concerned, he's innocent of that charge because he never got to go to trial.
But she could have also shot him,
It sucks the cop killed him before he could get there.
which was not intention, but she could have shot him.
It'd be different if we were covering the
Johnson-
trial of an armed robber. You know,
But that will be his testimony. He'll also tell you a little bit about being in these traumatic, critical incidents, is what they're called in police.
well, special.
training.
You got to watch the prosecution's
He'll tell
opening
you
statement to
that
understand
he's
why
been,
it's
let's say,
unreasonable to
100,
pull a
but
taser
he'll
in
also
this
tell you that there's
situation.
certain,
He was in a vehicle.
inability to
They
recall
hadn't
events
stopped.
that
The vehicle
happened
was
when
running.
they're so violent.
She had. There's no. It was actually the opposite of a situation where you pull a taser. That's why none of the other cops had pulled anything.
But some details are gone.
You know what I mean?
It does happen.
But it is actually completely unreasonable to pull a taser in this
So he'll
situation.
tell you a little bit more.
You know what I mean? If you're to read it black and white, maybe, but we saw the video of what happened, and there's. And then they break down, they show the training that she received on when it's appropriate to pull the taser or any firearm. And it wasn't, you know.
There's a question here.
Yeah.
They're going to present their own expert named Stoughton, and we will present an expert to you. In the form
No,
of-
it's actually super easy. Again, special. Rewind and watch the prosecution's opening statements on the black and whites of how this lady was trained.
Distance.
Yeah. No. Based on the presentation of proper protocol. This is, I read the black and whites of how they're trained, homie. You gotta see it. It's not proper protocol. That's why none of the other cops pulled their weapons. None of them. Only her.
He wasn't in control of the car, and that was the purpose of Johnson.
That's why they all said they didn't. They're trained. It wasn't a situation where they were trained
When
to.
someone says taser, 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 that's consistent with the training.
So
that
like
you're
manslaughter,
going through.
improper use of her firearms is what she's being charged. I feel like there's totally appropriate charges.
So when
You know.
Officer Potter shouted taser, 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 that's when
Whoa.
Johnson and Lucky moved back. And the fact that she
That's just
shouted taser, taser, taser.
He's being
Johnson-
resentenced?
Yeah.
Why is he facing a new life
So that's
sentence?
Steve Iams, he'll come in. We've got another officer.
Scott
named
Peterson's
Colleen
getting
Fricky that
resentenced.
was with,
Yeah. Yeah.
Kimberly Potter that night, and she'll show you videotape to give you a sense of the.
No. Special. I'm not talking about convincing anybody. I'm already
Oh,
convinced
no,
on the
he was
prosecution's
sentenced
side.
to death. Now he's resentenced to life.
Oh, they took the death penalty away. Okay, so Scott Peterson will not be given the death penalty, which, again, his guilt is pretty obvious, and it's legal for me to say he's guilty of that crime. I'm still anti-death penalty, so I, for one, look forward to his shitty book. I'm sure he's going to release a shitty book.
People who've known
You know, hopefully he does something good with this life sentence instead of a death penalty. Scott Peterson. Yeah. But I'm not talking about convincing anybody special guest. I'm talking about the black and whites of what she can and can't do. She violated.
And finally, we're going to ask her.
And nobody else did that day. Like, nobody else did that day. There were at least 4 other cops on that scene.
If you're a police officer for 29 years, why, and trained so well, why should
she was training one of them, and she felt like she had to establish authority. It would appear to me, and yeah.
He's a PhD in psychology with an expertise in traumatic incidences and police work, violence. And he's going to talk to you about how it is that we do one thing while meaning to do another. And it's called in the literature an action error. And he'll come in Friday morning, a week from this Friday. And he'll talk about the routine kind of action errors that we all experience. Give you some examples of what an action error is, but I want to get that word in your mind as you go through the case, action error. And for example, as the year turns, and for those who still write checks, you write the date of the check in January and you put the wrong year because you're used to doing 2001 all through the year, and it should be 2022. Well, that's an error. You're making an error you don't even think about. Or in computers, you change the password, but absentmindedly go back to your old password.
No.
Or if you've recently moved.
I think he did mean 2021. Yeah, he's an old defense attorney, and he's got this beleaguered attitude. But I think again, the prosecution came in hot with the black and whites. So I mean,
they are ordinarily dismissible, but they become quite important
big time. Yeah, we have a very emotionally poignant prosecuting attorney, and then we have this kind of arms crossed, closed demeanor, seems ill defense attorney, which I think Jameson would agree with me that this case maybe deserves a little bit better of a defense attorney based on just these opening statements so far. But again, it's when you look at it, it's fairly black and white. I'm surprised this wasn't a plea deal or something. I think she's just trying to not catch a life sentence. Is what she's going for. Because again, intent has nothing to do with it. How she felt before the fact, the way the charges read on her is she's guilty of a second-degree act, and it all stems from how she mishandled her firearms.
Dr. Miller will tell you,
and she did. It's undeniable. We've seen the video. The jury's already seen the video. She went.
When there is no time.
Did she fuck up again? I genuinely think it wasn't premeditated. I don't think she. I think when she says I shot a boy, I think that there's genuine. She didn't realize it was going to go that way.
Is another word for it.
But that doesn't change the fact that it did, and that she did act out of pocket. And again, in a 26-year career, as far as we know on record, it's the first time she's acted out of pocket on something like this, on the job. So it's a complicated situation. But again, what's on trial here is not her intent, how she felt, how scared she might have been. It's not about that. It's about what she did in the moment, black and white, that violated the terms of her job, which she had been trained on our tax dollars to do right. She grabbed the wrong knife. You know what I mean? If she was working in a kitchen, she grabbed the wrong knife and threw it at someone. It's you more than violated OSHA if you're a contractor. You know exactly the rules. She signed contracts saying she knows the rules.
And that's what occurred.
So again, it seems to me this is her trying to avoid a life sentence. And I don't know why it's not a plea deal or something like that. I don't know why this went to a full in front of a jury thing. Maybe she is trying to be found not guilty, genuinely get away with it. But
for your verdict of not guilty,
it's not
good name.
It being an accident is not what's on trial here, and that was made very clear by the state and by the prosecution.
Which is not true. And
we don't care if she thinks it was an accident. You know what I mean? It's not about how she felt, if it was an accident, if she's, And I really appreciate that this case is about that.
For you to find her not guilty will be
You know, so there's been so many things we've covered now where people's intent and motive come into it. Like with Rittenhouse, it's all about how he was feeling and why he was there. We know why she was there. What she's on trial for is not doing her job right, to the point someone died.
Yeah, like I think that's what bothered a lot of people about Rittenhouse shit too, is that like, yeah, it turned out the way that he wasn't accountable for his part in it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like I feel like that's what they're looking at in this trial. That's what they should have been looking at in the Rittenhouse trial.
Another reason I think this one's important to cover on the channel post us covering Rittenhouse is this is how you try somebody who's an actual official. This is an actual authority that they have on trial right now. Rittenhouse said he was, felt like he was, imitated authority. This was an actual authority who did her job wrong one day. And again, maybe it was an accident. This trial is not about if it was an accident. It happened.
Did he work there with his dad?
He did.
Now, we've got a press conference from the prosecuting attorney on CBS News. Let's check it out.
And shortly before his death, was he planning to go back to school?
Yes, he actually enrolled in Summit Academy about 2 months before he was killed.
Maybe you could tell the jury what Summit Academy.
It's a. I'm not 100% sure what Summit Academy is, but I know that they do like masonry. It's like a program where they train you to be in a career. Carpentry, masonry, and I know there's some other programs that they offer.
Was he planning to pursue any particular career at that point?
He talked about carpentry, but wasn't set on it.
Now, your son Dante, right? Does he have children? Are there children that he has of his own?
He does. He has a 1-year-old son.
Okay. And what's his son's name?
Dante Jr.
How old is Dante Jr.?
He just turned 2 in July.
Excuse me, not a press conference. She's cross-examining a witness right now.
He turned 2 in July. When was he born?
He was born July 12th.
I thought this was a press conference, just because of the setup.
And who is Junior's mother?
Her name is China Whitaker.
Maybe in court in Minnesota? I don't know.
Your Honor, at this point, I would plan to offer.
She does look
some
familiar, though,
sparkling
doesn't
light
she,
photographs.
Christy?
I understand that there's
We
no
watched her
objection
earlier
to
give the opening
foundation,
statements,
but
so
we
on
would
this channel you might
offer
have seen her for sure,
exhibits
like today.
3 and 4 at this time.
Is there any objection to 3 and 4 other than? Okay. Exhibits 3 and 4 will be admitted over defense objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would ask for permission to publish Exhibit 3, please. May we publish?
Yes, you may. Excuse me.
She's pretty clear. Can I do this?
Yeah,
Brian,
we
there
got
should be an
this?
image that
Are
you
we
can
going to do
see on
this
your
shit?
screen.
Yeah, I'm going to do this
And
shit.
now it's published to the jury.
She says. Yeah. Let's do this,
Describe
lady.
to me what's
Yeah.
pictured and describe for the jury
Did you forget
what's
what I
pictured
said this
here.
morning? Let's go.
This picture was
Oh,
last
she was
July.
probably was involved in the George
And it was
Floyd
Dante
trial.
Jr.'s
Christy,
first
she probably was.
birthday.
That was Minnesota too, wasn't
We
it?
had a barbecue
Yeah.
at China's house.
Yeah.
And is this a picture of
Yeah,
your son
Dante was a father.
with his son Dante Jr.?
Yes.
Did your son Dante have a close relationship with his son?
He did. Dante
the mother
Jr.
of
was at our
Dante
house
Wright. She's
often,
cross-examining.
At least 3 or 4 times a week, if not more.
And if we could publish Exhibit 4, please.
His mom or her mom?
Dante's mom.
Dante's mom, yeah.
Exhibit 4 is now on the screen. Could you describe for the jury the photo here, please?
This is when we took him out to eat at Teppanyaki Grill after Dante Jr. was born. When Dante Jr. was born, he was only 28 weeks. China was only 28 weeks along.
Oh shit.
And he was very premature.
Holy shit. Look how
And
look
he
at
had to
the
stay in the
eyes
hospital
of
for about 3 or
man.
4 months.
Tired, stressed.
So that's when we took Dante out for dinner to congratulate him on his son.
And And did your son Dante spend time at the hospital with Dante Jr. while he was there?
He did. The bracelet that's on his hand is actually the hospital band to be able to get into the ICU unit, to be able to see Dante Jr.
And you said that Dante Jr. was in the hospital for 3 or 4 months. Was your son Dante regularly at the hospital during that time period?
He was. He actually was able to feed him his first time with a. You'd have to feed him with a Q-tip. You would dip it in milk. So he was able to do that for his first feeding. He visited often.
After Dante Jr., was Dante Jr. eventually released from the hospital?
He was.
Did your son Dante continue his relationship with Dante Jr.?
He did.
Tell the jury about that relationship, how you would see him and what they would do together.
He was very proud to be a father. He was also a worried dad just because he was premature about him sleeping, and because he did sleep a lot as a premature baby, and he was really worried about that. He would play with him. He would do everything that a father needs to do for his child. He would, he was an amazing dad.
So, Ms. Bryant, and take your time, please, but I'm going to ask you some questions about April 11th of this year, okay? Could you tell the jury what you were doing that day?
I had Dante Jr. He stayed the night, and it was just an average day. We woke up.
Yeah, Debbie.
He ate. He liked his
Stress
favorite
can cause a lot of
food,
stress in a man's
maybe
life.
chocolate chip pancakes.
Having a child can change you. Sometimes not necessarily for the
he's eating
best.
breakfast,
What it
watching
changes is
Cocomelon.
they need to provide.
And it was time for his nap. That was around 12 something that afternoon.
And did you end up were you watching Dante Jr. By yourself for part of that day?
Yes.
And then did you end up seeing your son Dante later on in the day?
I did.
Could you describe that interaction for the jury, please?
Dante came home in the afternoon, and I was laying Dante Jr. down at the time. He knocked on the bedroom door, and he asked for $50 because he wanted to go get a car wash.
I know a lot about the stress that Dante was under at that time. As somebody who's done some crazy shit in my past, and was lucky enough to never have that shit show up in court, I was under tremendous financial stress when my son was on the way and when my son got here. And really for the first year of my son's life, it's stressful. It's a lot. It builds a lot on you. It puts a lot on you.
And you're way cooler when you're done with it.
You're way cooler when you're done with it, when you actually pull that shit off, And, but there's limitations to being able to rise to the occasion depending on one's climate and class, wealth, things like that. This is somebody who's needing to bum money to get his car washed. So just, while the intent of Ms. Potter isn't up for debate, we can do nothing but speculate on the mindset and the life of Dante Wright, which is what we're kind of doing. What the prosecution is taking the time to establish here is the kind of stress this man was living with day to day, why he might flee from the cops, and specifically why this person should maybe have been taken alive, like protocol says. Debbie says, I've had 4 children and my brother died 2 days before one of my girls were born. She wasn't breathing when they ran out of the room with her. Freaked me out. Damn, Debbie. Yeah, see? Stress can create serious problems in a pregnancy. Serious problems. When my mother was carrying me, she was, 9 months. She was about to pop. She is working at a florist, and she gets the order to do the funeral arrangement for her grandfather, my great-grandfather. And that's how she found out he had passed away. And she said that I just shifted and dropped And when I was born, there were serious complications because of that shift and drop. So stress can cause, everything that mother feels, the child in utero feels, and it can get crazy. Births are crazy. I know being a father, I'm sure Chief can back me up on this. When your lady's pregnant, it's pretty nerve-wracking most of the time. A lot can go wrong. A lot can happen.
It sucks.
It is the fucking worst. It's like literally minute to minute for the man anyway. I bet it's worse for the woman because she's carrying a child, but like...
I was going to say, I love you ladies. I know you have it worse, but it sucks.
It sucks. It's scary as fuck. Like,
it's like you're...
On the inside, I can't even imagine how that feels.
In a good way, like maybe that's a little bit too hard of a term nowadays. Excuse my oldness, but like like you're literally at the mercy of someone else's whim, and if you say no, like there is so much pressure around it. You know what I mean? Like you can't be the guy that won't go get his lady her pregnancy cravings when she's pregnant.
Oh hell no! You can't be that guy. You're not gonna be the dude that brings stress.
You will never hear the end of it from anybody.
And from anybody.
Which is fine. Which is fine. Obviously, the other half of your relationship is growing a fucking human being inside of them. Yeah. And if they want pickles and fucking caramel at 2 a.m, that's your fucking job.
That's what happens. Cool. And God forbid something bad happens. You never be able to forget. Like there's a level of just guilt and weird shit that happens when you're, you know what I mean, when you're just waiting for that baby. And grinding to make sure things are, safe. Chrissy says she loved being pregnant. You loved being pregnant? How the hell?
My wife didn't mind being pregnant because it was the most I'll probably have and will do for her.
Word.
I often say my wife is the mother to 4 children, even though I only have 3.
Yeah.
Because I also am a child. I mean, let's not kid around. I sit back here and talk on the internet with my friends or play video games all day. And even though I technically get paid for it, it's not like I'm bringing home massive bacon doing it. So
yeah, that's straight up. That's a really good way. It's a humble way to view yourself. I try to do the same thing. I'm a house husband. you know what I mean? Like there's
the best thing you can do in life is not put yourself on a pedestal, bro.
Yeah.
Because everyone else wants to knock you off anyway.
Oh yeah,
right.
You're just setting yourself up for failure when you're like that.
I mean, that's not necessarily true. There have been a lot of people who set themselves up on a pedestal, reached that, set them on another one, and just kept going until they were superstars.
Yeah, they're outliers.
For most of us humans, I've found the best way to go through life is with no expectations for yourself, but all of the will to do it for someone else, and then you're pretty pleasantly surprised with yourself when you do things that or seem normal or maybe a little bit above and beyond the call of normalcy. All of a sudden you feel great about yourself as opposed to either thinking you should be doing that and or should be doing better than that, when in reality we're all humans and we can only do so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's sorry, Arianthe popped in and is like, I don't know what I came into, but I hated being pregnant. Arianthe says, sorry, been super busy. Hey, no worries. Was to say, my husband bought extra pickles, my craving, and left them in the truck, and I woke up at night. He would snooze in the truck for a bit and come in with the pickles. Word, Christy. Yeah, I don't, nah, that shit seems miserable. My baby mama had a rough time, but at one point she was literally as wide as she was tall.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I mean, dude, it's child making is only fun at the beginning, and the rest of it is a fucking roller coaster ride, dude. Yeah. The happiest moments of my life and the most life-shattering moments of my life have both happened inside the same hospital, and you never forget either one of them. So
yeah, we had to get my son evicted too. He was late.
Yeah,
he was late and big as shit. He just did not. It's like he left claw marks behind, dude. He did not want to. Yeah, he was fine with where he was.
He was chilling. He had a nice fucking 1-bedroom, dude. Nobody fucking bothered him.
Yeah, he's
everybody's poking and prodding him, pushing him out and shit.
Exactly, he was fine with it, and yeah, it was like they had to breaker water and everything. He wasn't budging, and they're like, dude, you are. They kept pushing her due date back, and it was at the point she was miserable, and it was I think so much of it never again. I think we're divorced. So I don't I don't. That shit's nerve-wracking as hell. Not that I want a bunch of kids in my heart. I get baby fever all the time like I'm a lady, but
I am good with kids.
then I remember
You could not pay me enough money to have another child.
That's
well, that's not true. Okay, if you gave me enough money to where me and my kids were set, I would have another child.
If I had like some Kanye or Kim Kardashian money, sure, let's throw our seed in another body and then just get the kid. You know what I'm saying?
If I had that kind of money, there's no money you could pay me. Like if I had the money to survive, you could not. There's nothing you could do to get me to have another child. I love children. I like children. I love my children. I don't love your children. I mean, I love your son because I know you.
Yeah.
But if you and your kid are walking down the street, I don't love that child. He's okay. You look like she looks cool. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I'm not in love with that child. But my kids are cool. I love them. You know. Yeah. They're little fuckers sometimes, but they're all right.
Yeah. He says you've had baby figures since 7th grade, Merc. Yeah. The moment one of the kids I'm raising gets like old enough to talk shit, I want one that can't talk shit. I want another one that can't talk shit. I'm like,
that's my thing. Is Willow's hitting 8, and like we're starting to vibe more than, and like just naturally. Like I don't vibe with young kids. I'm not a good influence.
Yeah.
I feel like you know what I'm saying. We're not good influences. We can teach a kid how to think rationally and not lose their cool. But as far as like figuring out life and learning work ethic, if that's what they want to learn or whatever, that's not us. You know what I mean? I didn't get my work ethic till I'm 29. I'm 30 now. You know what I mean? So it literally took me 5-6 years of parenthood before I was like, oh yeah, if I don't work, we don't eat.
Yeah. Yeah, and he says I'm with him. I only like the kids that I popped out. Even,
Aiden's fucking dope. I like. It's one of those things where it's like those classic dad with dog memes. Like if I'm around any kid long enough, I will learn to love that child. Children are just pure in a way that humans that you lose after so many years. You know what I mean? And it's fun. It's genuinely fun to be around when they can express themselves.
Yeah.
I hate babies, dude. I disliked all 3 of my children when they were babies. Babies suck. Babies, they lay there and cry and shit.
Yep.
And then they get a little bigger and they try to kill themselves and lay there and cry and shit. Those are the only things they do. Yeah. Like they do a couple cute things to make you not want to get rid of them. But between that, they're like constantly trying to kill themselves by either eating something they found on a table or wherever, or fucking around with something they shouldn't because they're babies.
Yeah,
I ain't got time for that. But once they get old enough to learn not to stick forks in like sockets, and not
do
to
cool
talk
shit.
too much shit when I'm mad, like that's when we start getting along.
Yeah, parenting sucks. I genuinely get tired of it. I'm not the best at it. I didn't really have the best examples, but
for sure,
because of my upbringing and like my clan, like if I'm there for your birth, I'm probably gonna. I'm your ride or die, dude. You can call me.
Yep. If I see you in the little warming bed in the hospital, there's a link there.
Yeah, and I've been there, for most of the births of my branch of this family since I've been around, and that's just So I kind of, I have I don't know, like my cousins too. I was the oldest. I was kind of the first grandkid around in my branch. And so everyone's younger than me. And, so like my cousins is like the first asses I changed. And I had 4 or 5 years ago, I had a cousin graduate high school. She's since graduated college, married, doing great. But when she graduated high school, it's like, yeah, dude, I'm there. You know what I mean? Like that's
let's do it.
That's my lady, like I got you. And I did also, we spit straight fire in my family. So I came up to her at this graduation and was like, man, you were like one of the first asses I changed. You make me feel old. I'm so proud of you. And she goes, oh, you are old. Yeah. You're so, we did so good with you. we all did so good. You're just the best. But yeah. 1, responsibility. 2, they're wild, and the eyebrow doesn't strike fear in them the way it should. 3, I treat your children like they're mine, and not everyone's like that. Yeah, not everyone likes that. Yeah, that I will. I don't know. Other people's kids, I can be.
It's a weird coin flip.
Yeah. If it's just like a random kid I've never met before, you know what I mean? Like half of the time it's like, well, I got a mustache. I'm not trying to be too friendly to this stranger. You know what I mean? Like I'm specifically look like somebody you shouldn't take candy from. Yeah, too friendly
exactly.
With.
I feel weird when I walk around Bella Vista with my Willow is going to work with me for these next couple days. And I feel weird, man. Not gonna lie. Like, cute little 8-year-old blonde girl running around with a big old black-headed, fucking bearded, mustachioed man.
Yep.
getting in the van and driving off, dude. It's, you know, I'm always wondering, because it's all just old cranky people out there anyway in Bella Vista. You know.
Yeah.
Just waiting on it, but
yeah. The
not yet, dude.
Yeah,
not yet.
There's, you know, situations where, look, I won't lie. If I see like a baby in like the mall, and that baby gives me like we catch eyes, like, and I like give him funny face, and the baby smiles at me, and the mom notices it, sees me, immediately disarmed, can tell I'm a parent or something. Like, there's almost a vibe I know I can put off, but like that shit don't happen all the time. Like, I normally just keep to myself if there's someone else's kids around. I'm like,
I've given up on I've given up on giving faces to children. 90% of the time, they hate that shit when it's my big ugly face.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm just a weirdo. So I just not even. I don't even make eye contact. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nope, no eye contact.
Oh, I developed this shit when I was knee high, right? Because again, been raising babies since I was a baby. I got a picture of me as a baby feeding my baby sister. Just saying. But like, dude, babies like reactionary shit. So if you like, I'll do a thing where I like tug on my ear, but I'll kick my eyes and my tongue out over toward that ear. You know what I'm saying? Little things like that. Babies love that shit. Babies love it. There's a little like phonetic kind of like body language they speak. You know, baby's interesting as hell.
I've gotten a lot better at it, and that's one of the things I'm gonna thank my oldest daughter for. Yeah. When she gets old enough, it won't go to her head.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, yo, thanks, because there was a lot of shit that you had to go through that your brothers and sisters did not, because I figured it out with you. So thank you.
When you're the oldest, you see all the shit you're not supposed to. You get to do all the shit that they did. You know what I mean? Like, when you're the oldest, it's different. Like, you got to.
I mean, too. Like I'm saying, like when Willow was young, I was like staring at this infant. Like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
And now that Emma's that age, I'm like, I got this. Like, me and you are about to chill. You're gonna have a good time. It's cool, and it happens, and that's what's up. Because I would try, and it wouldn't happen, and it just is rough, dude. That's one of those hard parts. Is like when you don't know what to do, and everything you do is not the thing to do. Like, not in a bad way, but they just like keep crying, or like you're trying to get them to stop crying, and whatever you're doing, it won't. Is in the baby. And it's just like, goddamn. Excuse me while I go mutilate myself or something. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not adequate. But most of it was because I was young and dumb, didn't know what the fuck I was doing, bro. I figured it out. I'm doing pretty good now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but to answer Jameson's question in the chat real quick, he's asking why it was unreasonable to use a taser against Dante Wright. It's because he was in an automobile and there was a police officer in front of her, and she didn't have, by protocol, the space, range, or like it was an unsafe act for everyone around. That's why no other cop had their firearms drawn. That's why it was unreasonable, and they're going to break that down. The prosecution is going to break that down. I agree with that. It was unreasonable to pull fire. That's why no one else did. So, you know, it's like one of those things. It's like, if you see the videos, it was unreasonable. He was in an automobile that wasn't off. You know. No, Jameson, it did because of the automobile. It raises the chance of harming her and the officer that's in front of her trying to get to the gear shift. Yeah. But no, it definitely had, but again, what she's actually holding is a 9mm, and the reason Dante was pulled over was for an air freshener. So, you know, again, just to back up and remind you what more reasons why it's not fucking reasonable. But that's from their training manual where she violated that. It was unreasonable according to her, according to the cops' rules. So I don't, we can personally feel it wasn't unreasonable in the moment, but we're not debating her thoughts or feelings at the time of it in this trial. It's like what they made that real clear. That's not what the state doesn't care. What her intent was. They're catching her for like manslaughter, like clearly second degree. Yeah. Yeah, using and much like what happened, Dante, when he was shot, sped off, dropped his foot on the fucking gas pedal, and drove into another automobile. The issue is that she pulled a taser. She thought she pulled a taser, let's say. I don't think she thought it, but that's me. Let's say she thought she pulled a taser on somebody in an automobile that's on. That's not, no one else did that. You're not supposed to do that. It clearly says don't do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she has no business being a cop, Jameson. She, and again, in her 26-year-long career, she's never done this before. So I think that, if we are to talk about how she was feeling in the moment, she was training somebody, There's a lot of ways you could defend her, but because of the way the states stacked charges, there's only so many ways you can defend this, and the black and white of it is she fucked up at her job. The protocol of her job she did not follow. And they proved it in an opening statement with the cops' training book, like with the text that a contract she signed said she would follow and did for 26 years. So, I just think, again, just to answer your question, I think it's unreasonable she pulled a taser because the cops say it's unreasonable in that instance with what she did. She didn't have the clearance. Nobody else did. And Oh yeah. But yeah, like the actual, where she fucked up, that comes from her handbook. When I work in a kitchen and it says don't, call your corners, and I don't call corners and stab somebody, I get fired. It's and I gotta pay dudes medical bills probably if I'm trying to be cool. You know what I mean? At least try to keep it out of court. I get sued for that shit. That's kind of like what we're seeing here, man. Like that's, let's say she did think she pulled a taser, even to the lax-ass taser guidelines, she broke the using a, what's it called, conductive energy weapon guideline. I mean, if that knife hit dude's throat, yeah, I should probably go to prison for 15 years. I'd probably catch a manslaughter charge. If I knowingly broke the rules.
If dude died? Yeah.
Dude died.
Oh, yeah. You telling me the restaurant's going to let that charge go on them?
Yeah, Jameson tried to throw a manslaughter amount of charge over my analog, which, yeah, sure, we can play that game, but I didn't kill the dude in my example. It's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, if I killed the dude, yeah, I should get 15 years. And I think that's mostly what this is about, is I think she's trying to avoid a life sentence, which I think is fair. I mean, for her to try. I don't know. I'm not going to speak on what she deserves. I want to see what both sides have to say by the end of this, because we're just now in cross-examinations. I've listened to both of the opening statements now on air, and, I got to say the prosecution came in hot with slides. And these slides are all from this, they're from the PD themselves and what the PD says you can and can't do with the taser. And she broke those rules. Yeah. While intent is not required, there is a conscious requirement in all manslaughter statutes. If I slaughtered a man unintentionally because while I was failing, acting negligently at my job, yeah, I feel like I should probably catch a manslaughter case. I see why a defense attorney doesn't think so, but if I slaughtered a man, I slaughtered a man. You catch the charge. I would plead guilty, and try to catch a deal.
That's you probably feel like shit because you killed somebody.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. I would, I wouldn't immediately jump
if
to
you
how can I get out of this.
Corners with wielding something that would kill somebody in a kitchen, and you killed somebody, you probably would feel like shit.
Yeah, I'm taking it for my own guilt.
Yeah, if I did something that avoided safety protocols at my job and someone else died, dude, there would be no, that would fucking wreck me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I also don't skate from a charge, man. Anything I've fucking been caught doing, I'll fucking deal with. You know, I've never killed anybody. If I did, I couldn't imagine that kind of guilt.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
I'd turn myself in.
I watched you pull right over when you ran that stop sign in front of that cop.
Like the first time I was driving an automobile.
Yeah. Right.
Like fucking ever. Yeah.
Dude, you've ridden with me for years, dude. You know what to do.
Yeah.
And
Pull right over, pull
literally-
my keys out, put my, you know.
Did he know you though?
The cop?
I saw-
He knew mom.
figured.
He knew my mom.
I figured.
Yeah, I just said, hey, let me call my mom. He didn't take me to jail or nothing that time. I said, I'm just moving this
know.
car for my grandpa.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know you didn't go to jail, dude. I was there.
Yeah, it sucks.
I was hiding, dude, lurking.
It's not until there's been 2 different times I forgot to bring up my familial clout and use my privilege in town, and it's not until I'm in the back of a fucking car going to the jail that they're like, wait, you're so-and-so's kid. And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, fuck, I wouldn't have arrested you if I knew that, dude. Why don't you say that? And I'm like, dude, because I don't give a fuck. I did it because I'm guilty, dude. Take me to jail.
Yeah.
Like,
for the clout, dude. Take me to jail.
I'm the good one, and this is how I keep that. By when you catch me, I fucking let you know, yeah, you caught me. I'm the good one.
That way, when I say no, I really didn't do it.
Yeah. And you can go ahead and look at the kind of shit I'm up to next to what they're up to, and you can keep on with the record of I'm a good kid, you know, like that's how I am though. Like but I think I would, get, if I had fucked up at my job, if the result of me fucking up at my job ended up with the death of a human, me personally probably pleading guilty. But that's for me. I have a conscience. I consider myself a person of substance, and to maintain that, I listen to my conscience. And part of my recoveries includes that, making amends the best I can when I've done wrong is a big part of that. And you do the crime, be ready to fucking do the time, baby. I've always been that way. There's not a single crime I've committed I haven't thought, all right, this is specifically what I could get to it. Is it worth it? I'll do this. And if something accidentally happened to me like that, I couldn't imagine what my conscience would do. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Do you have the, sorry.
What was
Do
that?
you have my thing?
Yes.
Oh.
Jameson, you can't view this as an average, experienced cop pulled her gun by accident. It was in the scope of that trial and the state being total chaos. I'm a little confused by what you mean by that, Jameson. Someone who was walking on eggshells in the same state that because of George Floyd. We're not really talking about how she was feeling in the moment, because she's, we've seen visually her from 2016 to this moment act cool. So we're going to assume this was an accident,
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah, I'm going to assume it was an accident. I've seen this lady, the prosecution showed in their opening statements evidence of her doing her job right and knowing when she's pulling a taser from 2016 to 2020. So I'm going to go on the side of it was an accident. That's not what's up for debate here. Like, it's, they're trying, someone died because she did her job wrong. Also, if I'm driving one of those like fucking giant rollers, you know what I mean? But Merc, the theory by most is that she couldn't have pulled a gun by accident. That's why the trial and the emotion of it is relevant. Yeah, but the people aren't. Again, the opening statement by the prosecution is it's not, they're going to prove how she knew it wasn't a taser is the prosecution's plan. They've already done a really good job of kind of showing how it's not a taser and how specifically she knew based on her patterns of behavior in an opening statement. So, but yeah, I give a fuck about the theory by most. I'm watching it live right now reacting, so I don't, and that is how I feel, is that she couldn't have pulled a gun it wasn't on accident. Now I do think she's 26 years in, you probably have a reaction to grab your gun And she's probably not fucking thinking about the taser in a situation like, yeah, sure, maybe she's on a platform of authority. Like I've already said, Jameson, let's say it happened on accident. When you do your job wrong and someone dies, what happens? I've never done my job wrong enough that someone dies. But I'm also not the character type to go be in law enforcement, so I couldn't imagine somebody dying as a result of the YouTube channel. I'd lose my mind. That'd suck. You know? Then you have to believe it was a cover-up when she said taser, 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 right? No. That's what I'm getting at here. But nobody else in the trial is what I'm getting at, Jameson. That's irrelevant. They've already established how this specific angle is irrelevant. It doesn't. I mean, let's say she did it on accident. Like I just said, like she probably thought, let's say it was a taser. Again, I believe there's no way you could fucking think that. I think maybe shortly after she said those words, maybe she realized, I don't fucking really care when she did. That's not what we're really... It's like what I'm explaining here, Jameson. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what this case is about. Like, not really. I mean, they can say not guilty, but there's a mishandling of firearms even if she did pull a taser. She shouldn't have pulled that. No one else did. No one behind her. Not the cop fucking trying to get the gear shift. The car wasn't even off yet. Like, she more than fucked up the protocol and when to pull even a taser. So let's say she thought it was a taser. Again, let's hop back on that, James. No, I can give a fuck. What, again, like shit. When I was a doorman at a movie theater, I couldn't imagine doing my job bad enough somebody fucking died. Like that. She did her job bad that day. Bad, and someone died. A father, too, who had his own stresses and reasons for running. And that's the story I'd rather, because Kim's around to tell what she was thinking. We have a whole defense attorney who's going to explain what she was thinking and did in the opening statement. And again, I hold firm that she reactionarily grabbed that gun and before she pulled that trigger had to have known that was a fucking gun. But I do hear sincerity in her voice after the fact when she says, I shot a boy. Fuck, I'm going to go to prison. Like she says that, we saw the tape. Trigger warning, if you want to rewind and check it out, you can watch the actual situation unfold. And again, I think there's some sincerity in her voice. I really do. But, I wished it was a taser. Come on, an experienced officer pulls a gun and pull that trigger, still thinking it's a taser. I mean, yeah, she didn't flip a safety up. She didn't have to disengage the thing. Like, there's a whole... They even broke down what it takes to get that fucking out of the holster, For second degree provides and consciously takes chances of causing death or great bodily harm to another. Isn't she up for manslaughter, though? Only convict if she knew she pulled the gun or if the taser could have reasonably killed him. There we go. Yeah, I think they're going to do a really good job of proving it. She knew it was a gun. Again, I think there's sincerity. I think, keep in mind, one's bright yellow. You have to flip a safety up. You got to disengage it from a plastic holster, tip it back, pull it out. It has a visual readout on it. There's 2 laser lights you have to pay attention to when you're launching a phaser, when you're firing a taser, excuse me, I'm going all Star Trek with it. These fuckers look like they're from the future, though. And she reactionarily grabbed the thing she's used the majority of her career, which is her 9mm, right off her hip, and pointed at the guy. With her hand in front of the gun, too. So, like, that's another place where she fucked up her job. She hella mishandled the firearm. Even if you were holding a taser, you don't put your fucking hand in front of it with an officer between you and the perp. That's crazy. This is crazy. She went cowboy as fuck, and it's they're on tape. So they're gonna have a hard time, you know. They're gonna have a hard time. Is that you can only convict if she knew she pulled the gun or the taser could have reasonably killed him. And I think they're going to establish that the taser could have reasonably killed him as well. They're going to bring some specialists in, according to these opening statements, that are going to break down specifically why you launch the projectiles from a taser the way they describe when they train you, and how the way she did it could have harmed her, the officer between her and the perp. Keep in mind, there's a running automobile in this equation. This isn't just 3 people in a blank room. They're in a running automobile. Let's see. I believe she's legally innocent for the set of factors I mentioned, but I do understand the respect what you're saying. I don't intend to come off as overly harsh talking about this. Oh yeah. No, Jameson, I don't take it that way at all. I mean, even if you were trying to be overly harsh, it's okay. You can be that way with me. Hey, Renz, love you. I'm glad you're back, baby. I know you've been busy as hell, haven't you, Renz? All the way from the Netherlands, baby. But yeah, no. Even if you were Jameson, you can angrily disagree with me if you want. That's okay. I'd still hug you. Special guest and I disagree all the time to the point we got to dismiss ourselves from a room, but that'll always be my best friend. Always. I don't think there's anything we could it's okay. Yeah. There's I think I'm on hour 3 now of really being on this trial. So like I'm rolling with what has been presented to me in the courtroom. So I haven't really looked into this outside of what we're watching today. Keep that in mind. I could give a fuck less out, you know what I mean, outside of the parameters of what they're setting up in this courtroom right now. Only because of the intensity of it. It's a cop, it's another cop trial. But something I feel like is important. Where we can have these discussions, Jameson. Like I want you to know that you don't. If I seem like I'm coming at it like I'm being attacked, I don't mean that way either. I'm just, who knows? I'm probably descended from. I'm sure I'll find out Alexander Hamilton's in there somewhere in my family tree or someone like that. That's, just spicy. Just a spicy dude. It's also like half of my family's favorite thing to do is argue. It's like their favorite thing to do. Like just get drunk and argue all fucking night. So while I don't enjoy it, yeah. If it's something like this, it's like, yeah. And I respect your opinion too, Jameson, just so you know. Sean Best says, with all of this hate against cops, she's screwed. I think she's screwed because of the lackluster defense attorney. I think that the defense's opening statements came across as underprepared and beleaguered as compared to what the prosecution brought. The prosecution functionally brought a whole presentation wrapped up in a stretch limo for the jury to see and for us to see. But the defense just kind of brought one really closed off, stepping away from the mic, kind of old guy that just, kept bringing up specific emotional points that aren't really relevant in the case as established by the state explaining what they're charging her with. So that's my opinion on that, Yeah. But I think that's where she might be screwed, is just her defense attorney. I think she could have stood to have a better defense attorney. But I haven't seen his cross-examination skills yet. I don't know what they got planned for a closing argument. I don't know what they got planned to pick holes in the prosecution's story. Maybe this could go all kinds of crazy ways. With the Rittenhouse trial, we watched that shit go up and down, where we had a really bad prosecuting attorney until the closing statement. And then we had a really rough and gruff, but solid as fuck defense attorney through the entirety of the trial until the closing statements. So you never know. You never know. Sometimes this shit goes almost like sports, you know, like it literally can go a certain way. It's about how you play the game. So I'm interested to see how this one goes. I paused here. I'm going to go ahead and hit play. If you got them, burn them. We're kind of part of the way through, the prosecution's cross-examination of Dante Wright's mother.
And he said he needed gas. And I told him to be really quiet, take it out of my purse. So he took it out of the purse, he leaned over the bed, he gave Dante Jr. a kiss goodbye. And I yelled at him again.
It's a blood sport, Jameson, exactly.
Don't wake him up, like I just got him to sleep. And then he left. I told him to make sure he locks the door on his way out.
So you indicated that your son Dante Wright was on his way to get a car wash and had gotten some money from you for that. What was the car that your son Dante Wright was driving?
A white 2011 Buick LaCrosse.
And was that Dante's car?
Yes.
And how did that come to be?
It was one of our older vehicles. It was in my other son's name. But we ended up giving it to him as his first car like 2 weeks before he was killed.
And when you say giving it to him, was he the only one who was driving the car in that 2 week period?
Yeah, he was the only one that had access, that he had a key to the car. It was his.
But was the car still registered to your other son?
It was still registered to my son Dallas. Yes, it was still registered to Dallas.
And what about the insurance on that car?
We did not transfer over insurance yet, so we were going to add it to our current insurance policy.
But that hadn't been done yet?
No.
On April 11th, did you go into that car, have any interaction with Dante in that car?
No, I did not.
And had you been in that car or driven that car, used that car in that 2 week period prior?
No, I have not.
Okay. So getting back to April 11th, after Dante, your son Dante Wright, took the money to get a car wash, what happened after that?
We're talking about Jameson?
He called probably about 10 minutes after he left the house, and he asked me what car wash we usually go to, because we have a specific car wash that we go to in Fridley off of University. And I told him that, and he was like, well, isn't there one in Brooklyn Park? And I said, well, yeah, I think it's Mr. Car Wash. And he said he was going to go to that car wash. And I said, okay, don't call back again, because I was really adamant about Junior not waking up.
And is Junior what you call Dante's son, Dante Jr.?
Yes, Dante Jr.
And
Jameson brings up a really good point. And again, I'll defend Dante because this is the victim in a murder trial. I feel important to remind people who come in hot bringing up a robbery he caused. This is a new father, a young father with tremendous stress. And while I've heard from two different people I love very much about the emotional needs and issues that the living party might have had, let's talk about the emotional stress I am going to speculate Dante was under based on his behavior. And that's financial stress. He had to bum money to get a car washed. He was given a car. He has a child. This is a guy who, I can't say I wouldn't rob a motherfucker when I was his age. I can't say I didn't rob a motherfucker when I was his age. So just food for thought, gang. You know what I mean? We could bring up he's guilty of an armed robbery. No, he's not. It was a pending charge. He never went to court for it because he's dead now. You know what I mean? No, yeah. But it sucks that old lady doesn't get justice in the situation. Because again, guys, keep in mind, Special and Jameson, that doesn't get to go to court. It doesn't mean shit that he robbed a lady at gunpoint now because he got killed. You know? Yeah. There's again, in my opinion, no reason to smear a dead dude again who's under immense financial stress. He for a crime he was never found guilty of. He was accused of, and it was never taken, and it never will now because he's dead. So please keep that in mind.
Was your concern just not waking up Junior?
Yes.
It'd be great if it would, and we could say that.
So after that call, where
And he could learn that lesson. I wish Dante would be alive to learn that lesson as to why to not rob people.
after that,
There was.
and about how much later was that?
Oh my gosh.
We have more evidence of his
Maybe
financial
10,
stress than we
15
do of him
minutes
being
later.
a fucking
What was the nature
being
of
some
that
kind of
second call?
thief.
He called me to tell me that he has been pulled over. And I asked him, I said for what?
Because again, accused thief
And he said
doesn't get to
that
go to
the
trial. He's
police officer
dead.
said that he had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. So at that time I told him, I said, well, you should take it down. And he said he already did.
Well, no, as we've learned in this cross-examination and from the records they pulled on Dante, dude was broke. We know this.
And then he said that they were also asking about insurance information. And I told him to, when the police officer gets back to the window, to please hand him the phone so I could explain the insurance.
And
give
nowhere
him
in the
my
cop
insurance
training does
policy
it say
that
to
we haven't added
profile
it yet.
somebody based on something attached to an
When you
FTA.
talked to your son, Dante,
And
how did he sound to
the
you
means in
during
which
that
you
call?
can profile and treat
I'm
somebody
nervous,
as dangerous, she
scared.
still violated, according to her own rules.
He asked, if he was in trouble. I said, no, you haven't done anything wrong. And he just sounded really nervous. But I reassured him that it would be okay.
But I would love a world where Dante would be allowed to learn why his actions were wrong. In that case, he
When
would have,
he
you know what I
placed
mean?
these calls
I
to
wish he
you,
would have
how
been
were you
detained and
receiving
had to
these
face
calls?
all
Was
of the
it through
FTA charges,
a
and
cell
I
phone
would
network or some other
get to
way?
learn,
It was
or have
through
the
Facebook
opportunity to
Messenger.
ignore
It
the
was
teaching.
voice calls. We
You know,
were
he didn't
just-
even get the opportunity to ignore it
didn't
and
have
go to
phone
actually
service
commit
at the
work.
time,
Like
so
there's
he was
no,
calling
yeah,
through
just
Facebook
keeping that in
Messenger.
mind. There's a victim
So
in the
after you had this
situation.
initial conversation with your son, Dante, about wanting to talk to the officers, what happened after that?
I heard the police officer come back up to the window and he asked Dante to step out of the vehicle. And Dante asked, for what? Am I in trouble? And I heard the officer say, I need you to just put the phone down, step out of the vehicle, and I'll let you know as soon as you step out of the vehicle. And then at that time, I heard the phone either being placed on an object, whether it was, dropped on the floor or placed on the dash, I'm not sure, but I could hear the phone being put down. And then I heard the officer telling Dante, no. And I heard Dante say, no, I'm not. Don't. It sounded like he said, don't run. Dante said, no, I'm not. And then I heard them say, somebody tell somebody to hang up the phone. And then that's all I heard.
Did the phone disconnect?
It did.
After the phone disconnected, then you...
I'm a little concerned. I mean, the defense has offered
what happened
no, in their
I was
opening statement,
panicked.
didn't
I
imply that
called
they were
back.
going to break down
It seemed
Dante's
like
character
100
at
times,
all.
But I believe it was probably maybe 4
They
or 5
just talked about the
times.
character of
I kept calling
Kim
you, so finally I
and
FaceTimed.
the other officer she was training to work
I
that
would say just
position.
I don't know how much time left.
So
maybe a
again,
minute
as
or two.
much as we talk about the feelings or background of these people, for some reason the defense I don't think is going
And
to
the
even
female answered the phone.
go at it nearly to the
'Cause it was
degree
FaceTime.
anyone else is going to. like,
Screaming. And I was like, what's wrong? And she said that they shot him. And she faced the phone towards the driver's seat.
straight up, Jameson.
And my son was laying there.
Word, dude. Word.
he was unresponsive, and he looked dead. And then I heard somebody say, hang up the phone again, and it disconnected again.
So after that phone call disconnected, or you said it was a video call.
But again, I can't stress this enough, the defense's opening statement laid out no blueprint to even touch on what Jameson and special guests are even talking about. They're not going to break down Dante's character or that as being a fear she had at all. Like, that's not like, that's, if you guys are hoping that, I don't think that's, they didn't lay out a roadmap for it. And I bet if it does show up, you get mad objections from the prosecution, by the way.
Call at that point, so you got to see your son Dante. What did you do after that video call?
I grabbed my grandson and I called my husband because he wasn't home.
Because I don't think they can even bring up a pending case.
They just shot Dante.
They can bring up the FTA and the firearms charge, which the prosecution already did.
He said that they just shot him. And I said they just shot him. The police officer just shot Dante. They have no clue where they are. And I hung up with him. And then I called 911 because I needed to find out where my son was.
And did you, in fact, make that call to 911?
I did.
What did you learn when you made that call?
They transferred me to a few different police stations. I said my son was just shot by a police officer and I need to know where he is. And they transferred me to, I think it was Brooklyn Park or Brooklyn Center. I don't remember which police station or which 911 operator answered, but they gave me an address of 63rd and Catherine. And I put it in my GPS, and I grabbed my grandson, and I got into my vehicle, and my neighbors heard me screaming because I like fell to the ground because I was just, I didn't know what to do. So she helped me up. She put us into the vehicle, and then she drove us.
To remind anybody just tuning in, this is the prosecuting attorney cross-examining the mother of Dante Wright.
To 63rd and Catherine.
And this
in
is
Brooklyn Center.
A neighbor who drove you and Dante Jr.?
Yes.
And about how long did it take for you to get to that location?
Oh, it seemed like forever. I felt like we weren't getting there fast enough, but probably 7-8 minutes. Maybe a little bit longer.
And is that where you went to that location at 63rd and Catherine?
Yes.
And what did you see when you got there?
So we were driving down Brooklyn Boulevard, coming up to 63rd, and there was a lot of traffic, a lot. So I got out of the car because I could see, when we were waiting to turn, I could see all the police lights probably about 6 blocks down. And I got out of the car and I started running towards Catherine because the traffic wasn't moving fast enough. And then the car that I was in ended up catching up with me, and I got back in for another 2 blocks. And then I got out again and ran the last 2 blocks to where all the yellow tape was. And then I went under the yellow tape because I seen a car crash, and I noticed it was my son's car.
She just brought up, Dante Wright's mother just brought up the car crash, and I want to remind special guest and Jameson in particular that how they're going to prove that it would have caused harm to everyone involved is the fact that this took place inside of an automobile that was on and one cop was half hanging out of. Even if you pull a taser, that foot hits the accelerator and that car crash still happens. 2 other people were injured in that car crash. This is all because of Kim's reckless handling of her firearms.
Car, And then in the front of his car is where he was laying.
Yeah, Jameson, it would have been helpful for the defense. The defense has laid out no helpful blueprints or, there's no... The defense attorney just seems beleaguered and overwhelmed, is how his body language read to me.
So distraught. I didn't know what was happening. I just got off the phone and they said he shot him, but I seen a car crash. I was asking questions. I didn't want to believe that that was my son laying there on the ground, but I could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes.
And when you say you could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes, was it only part of his body that was visible to you?
They had a white sheet over him.
But you recognized his shoes?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer...
So please keep in mind, everybody, this happened in an automobile that was on.
Objection to that exhibit?
Door open, cop she's training half hanging out of
Ms.
it.
Bryant arriving on scene.
This is not when you pull a taser or gun.
No objection.
No one else did.
Exhibit 6 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish, counsel.
Thank you.
Why'd she do it? We don't care.
I don't know anything. Who are you? I am Katie Bryant, his mom. I want to see now. Please. He's over 20.
I don't know what's going on.
I know what's going on.
What happened?
He FaceTime live. Ma'am, I'm going to get you somebody to talk to. I'm going to get you someone to talk to. Okay? But I just can't have you going over there right now, okay?
Ma'am, my name is Mark. My name is Mark. What is your name? Can I have you sit on the ledge here?
You guys shot him. Why?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Why? Because he had a warrant. Are you fucking serious? I was here. I watched it.
Can you just sit down? Tell me what's going on, because I wasn't here.
No. Where's the girl that was in the car with him?
Yeah, the officer fucked up big time.
So you can kill my son. That's pretty pathetic.
I mean, I don't care what side you're on. She endangered the life of a fellow officer. She killed Dante Wright. She injured 2 other people because of the car accident that happened immediately after. It was a
high-speed chase?
I don't care what side you're on. She fucked up. Let's say you love the lives of cops.
Dante Wright, it was not a high-speed chase.
She was the worst thing for the life of a cop in that moment.
You guys know anything, man. Yeah, you did. He was laying in his front seat dead. His girlfriend Facebooked me. How did his car get smashed? What's his name again? Dante Wright. Wright? Is it W-R-I-G-H-T? W-I-G-H-T. Okay. Is it Katie? Yeah. Bryant. Yeah. All right. Just wait a second here, ma'am.
Prosecution's coming in hot today.
Ma'am?
Okay, so I wasn't here.
Hot.
You said there was a traffic
Today.
stop and they shot
They
him?
pulled him over, and he said, Mom, do you have a warrant? I said, oh, no. They asked him to get out of the car. He got out of the car, and they said, wait, stop. They said, stop. And then she goes, and then they shot him, and he fell back in the seat. And he was in the driver's seat. And she said, they shot him. And I said, what do you mean they shot him? She said, yeah. And then they told her to hang up. And that was it. I don't know nothing else. So I had to call you guys to find out where this happened.
I really don't know more because I just came because I heard there was trouble.
Why is my car smashed up?
I don't know.
I don't know.
This deputy here we weren't here, but...
I'm Is he alive? I do not know the condition. I don't know. Are you guys serious? What are you talking to me for then?
I'm going to find out.
We're going to find out, but we have to wait and find out who's involved and who's in charge and get you in contact with the people that know what's going on.
So I can tell them who I'm talking to.
I'm going to start exchanging.
We are also trying to figure out what's going on.
You can stop. Thank you. Ms. Bryant, I know that was tough to watch. Can you just describe for the jury what you were feeling when you arrived on scene?
I was afraid that him laying on the ground, that it was the person in the other car. And then he was in the back of a cop car. I was so confused, angry, scared.
And again, I don't care if it's the motherfucking Kingpin from the Spider-Man comics behind the wheel of that automobile. She had a person she was training in that person's lap between her and that. This is wrong.
It was the worst.
I agree with that,
my
Jameson. It
life.
really doesn't have
And
much to do with the case.
You said that you were praying that it wasn't him.
It does show officers trying to figure out what the fuck happened, because I think
shoes.
Kim was immediately saying she's going to prison. She killed a boy.
I knew.
So
I
she
knew.
knew in the
But I didn't wanna
in the
know.
moment she had fucked up.
I was fighting inside.
Like you hear her saying it before she's backed away from
scars
the
inside
car,
my
from
cheeks
the
'cause I
moment
thought it
that
was a
she's
dream.
she's
If I
fucked. She
bit
knows she's
inside of
fucked
my
up. You know what I
cheeks,
mean?
That I would wake up.
That's my take
But I
on it too,
didn't wake
Jameson.
up.
That's what I meant by the prosecution's coming in hot today, Jameson. By the way, is I feel like
In the
they're
video, you
pulling
described
emotional
that you were there
strings,
and that you watched it. What did you mean by that?
which is how I would prosecute this.
That
There's a human
when
life
I
that's gone.
FaceTimed back while I was on the phone.
A redemption
prior.
arc we don't get
So I heard the conversation
that she gets.
Between the
So,
officer and Dante.
that's how I would do it.
Get out of the car.
Is it fair?
And
No,
that
not at all.
After
Not at all.
when
Blood
I
sport though,
FaceTimed,
Jameson. You know what I mean?
The female that was in the car, I could see what happened, and she said what happened. That she was shot by the police officer that was there at the time.
That he was shot, your son Dante?
My son Dante was shot. Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think, Facebook Live, but is that video call, the FaceTime or video messenger call that you are describing?
Yes. Messenger Live.
About how long did you stay in that area after this?
Hours. 8, 9 hours. I felt like I couldn't leave until because I begged them to take his body off the ground. I didn't want to leave until he left.
At some point, did your husband join you as well?
He did.
And did someone come to pick up Dante Jr., your grandson who was with you?
Yes, China ended up coming to get him.
You said that you waited on scene until they removed your son Dante's body. Were you ever given an opportunity to approach or see him close up on that day?
No, I wasn't.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
No, I wasn't able to approach him at all.
And what was going through your head while you were waiting for all those hours?
That I wanted to go comfort my baby. I wanted to hold him.
Oh no, Jameson, I disagree with that
protect
though.
him
This is
because
what you
that's
do as a
what mothers do,
prosecutor when you
protect
got
their children.
mad game.
Make
This is
sure
just her. This is
that
just
they're
her chapter 1, bro. She's just getting them primed. She's got a whole. Dude, you gotta watch that. Did you watch those opening statements, Jameson? She laid out a roadmap for a whole ass case, dude. She got a whole ass case. And then the defense came out and they laid out no roadmap for anything. Just Kim Potter had a life. Like that. So James, I disagree with that. I mean, you can watch their opening state. They got some game coming. I fucking put money on it. The prosecution has game coming. So, yeah, no, this is her priming. She's fresh off of George Floyd, Jameson. She's priming the jury. Yeah. All fluff. I would hardly say that the actual handbook entries on how you handle a taser and how exactly she mishandled them is not fluff. I think she did an excellent job. I thought that was a solid ass opening statement, and then you cut to the defense, who again is just an old white guy with his arms crossed. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like there was only fluff on the defense, and the prosecution is the only one who had black and white, anything you could sink your teeth into. And the only attorney that showed up today and laid out an actual roadmap of how
Mr.
we're going to
Gray?
do this thing. So I disagree wholeheartedly, Jameson. But that's, again, you guys can rewind and see how I felt about that. But the opening statements weren't about how sad and tragic it was. The opening statement was all
Dave,
about the
your
black and
house?
white of how she fucked up her job.
The 2 weeks prior to his death, was he staying there every night?
And they did bring up the statute and how
night.
they would fucking prove that,
How
you
many
know,
nights of the 2 weeks before that did he
specifically
actually stay
she was planning to cause enough bodily
If I had to
harm,
give an estimate, probably
potentially kill him.
4 or 5 nights out of the week.
And with respect to his girlfriend,
And endangered an
how
officer
long
in
was
the
he dating
meantime.
her, did you know?
Only for a few weeks.
A week?
A few weeks.
Or 2 weeks? Or was it a few weeks?
To give an estimate, a few. I'm not sure.
Did you ever meet her?
I did not personally meet her, no.
And when
You need
arrived
better
at your
speakers,
house
bro. You
that
got them
day,
cheap speakers.
wanted
You ain't hearing that shit
$50
right. I'm
for
just
gas
kidding.
and a car wash, correct?
Correct.
You got that cheap
And she
monitor,
did not
Jameson.
come
You
into
didn't
the
see that
house
shit
with
right.
you,
Rewind that shit.
correct?
She did not.
You gave a statement to law enforcement on April 15th, 2021. Do you remember that?
I do.
And have you reviewed that statement before you came to testify today?
I did.
And it is true, is it not, that when you went to that statement,
Cross-examination. The defense attorney is now cross-examining
lawyers.
the mother of Dante Wright.
2 lawyers at least, actually 3 lawyers, that represented you at the time.
Just to catch
Is that
anybody
correct?
who's just rolling in.
It goes-
Okay, sidebar, please.
Kim Potter Renz, the defendant, was a cop that shot Dante Wright. Dante Wright died. This is the trial for Kim Potter. See, I think it's like second-degree manslaughter, and then a whole bunch, like a couple of you know. Boy, they brought the JBLs to court. Everybody's got the wireless headphones. Jesus. Oh, the lady that's speaking is Dante Wright. That's or Dante Wright's mother. That's the mother of the victim, Renz. They're gonna pop back on. They just still game time. What is this? They draw. I swear to God, if they pull out a whiteboard and start putting X's and circles on it, I'm gonna lose my mind. The victim had pending criminal charges. Unfortunately, we'll never get to find out if he was an actual criminal. Yeah, barely a criminal. Like, he had an FTA, which, you know, I got homies that get let go over FTA warrant pullovers. So yeah. Let's pop forward a little bit. We got game time and they're game timing. Here we go.
Yes or no answer. Have a seat.
All right, we get a cross-examination of one of the cops that was on the scene today.
Mask.
We saw him in the video we watched hours ago in the stream.
Yep, first name will be Anthony Troy Lucky.
There was no reason to shoot him, Renz. He was trying to flee.
Middle name Troy.
So she took the risk of
Last name Lucky.
shooting or tasing her, the officer she's training, and the perp. In a running automobile.
Finish before you answer. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. Okay, if you don't understand the question, ask for clarification. All right?
Yes.
And yes or no answers, please, instead of shaking your head.
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer. The cautions the judge just gave you, if if you catch me trying to correct you, that's just why, so we can get all your testimony down, okay?
Should I ask you to spell your full name?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Obviously, you're dressed in uniform today. Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
So, for a living, I am a police officer
Exactly, Renz.
with the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
There was,
and I've been employed there since February 2021.
according to her own protocol, a lot of things she should have done before she even pulled a taser.
My first employment as a police officer, it will be...
She acted out of pocket for what appears to be the
officer.
first time in her 26-year career, so I'm going to assume it was an accident.
Altogether, it would
Second
be
degree,
about
but
a
she
total
didn't.
of
It was
3
a
years.
premeditated. They pulled him over because he had an air freshener,
A little
Renz.
bit more, but I want to back up a little.
I want to catch Renz up on this. Just Renz. I hope you know what I'm talking about. He was pulled over because he had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. That's why they pulled him over to begin with and even ran his name. In America, they don't. You got to be suspected of a crime when, you know what I mean? Like, they ran his numbers, they ran his shit for really no reason to begin with. Like, in my opinion, they had no reason to run his shit other than protocol. I mean, it is typical. You pull someone's license and registration, but he did have the right to tell him, fucking eat a dick. Yeah. But they ran him. They saw he had a warrant for an FTA and a firearms charge. And, instead of doing the actual protocol of de-escalation, Dante broke rank first. He tried to flee, hopped in an automobile that was running. Cop gets inside. She pulls her gun, puts her hand in front of her gun at one point, which is, there's no defending that. She's just bad at handling a firearm. Puts herself, the officer in front of her, at risk, knowing the automobile is running. Shoots him. The kid the foot hits the gas pedal. Dante drives into another automobile. It hits the front of the automobile, injures 2 other people. Kim collapses with guilt, immediately knowing what she's doing, confessing in the moment that she pulled the wrong gun and killed a boy. Her words.
A little bit. How old are you today?
I am 31 years old.
And can you tell the jurors, just not address, but the
Hella cowboy style, Renz.
I grew up in Brooklyn.
And I want to stress this to you, Renz, since you're just now kind of popping in here and we're catching you up, bud. Like, she doesn't appear to be the cowboy type. Like, that's not normally like her. From what I've seen, like, they showed evidence all the way to 2016 of her properly handling her firearms and demonstrating through her career she knows how to. So what the fuck happened here? You know what I mean? Like, don't know, but it happened. So,
Park, Minnesota.
Yeah, little cowboy
Brooklyn
style.
Center, correct?
Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, both the same areas. So yeah.
The cities share a border, even, right?
Correct.
So there's a way to defend this lady, but
Where did you go to high school at?
tearing down Dante is not the way to do it.
And is that kind of a...
There's a way stronger way to defend this lady than tearing down a dead person, in my opinion.
There is a Brooklyn Center,
Which is what the defense
high
is
school,
deciding to
and
do,
there is
because
a Brooklyn Park High School.
it's the logical option.
Some people who did live in Brooklyn Center also attended Park Center High School as well. So,
When did you first start thinking about becoming a police officer?
I thought about becoming a police officer when I was about 7, 8 years old, living in the city of Brooklyn Park.
And why? What made you start thinking about it?
For me, it was just living in the community, seeing how crime was going on in Brooklyn Park, seeing how officers for the Brooklyn Park
Right,
Police
Renz?
Department
I don't like it when they sick the dogs on people
So,
in particular.
for
I've
me,
seen
it
that
was
be
always a
abused in
calling,
places.
wanting to help other
Renz.
people,
Yeah,
wanting
I
to
bet
do
you
better
don't
in
in
the world.
particular, boy. Hey, shout out Renz. He's training canines, dude. He's a
Yes.
hell of a dog trainer, it looks like, dude. I follow you on the social
so
media.
What was your first
What's up?
experience,
I love Renz.
working with the police department?
My first experience would have been with a smaller agency up north in Mille Lacs County, Band of Ojibwe Police Department. Very fast-paced, good agency. Fortunately for me, I moved on.
Let me back you up just a little bit, because I was going to go even farther back than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you didn't work for the law enforcement agency, but volunteered, right? You were an explorer.
Oh, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Going backwards. Yes. Growing up when I was 15, I started as a police explorer with the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and I
Straight
continued
up,
to do that
Jameson.
until I was 18 in 2008.
And so when you were an explorer, what kinds of things did you do?
So as an explorer, it's
Oh yeah,
kind of
it's like what
a
you should do
youth
as a
program
defense.
where
Again, I
you-
think in this
what is
case, there's a
youth
lot of
program? Where
stronger
you
ways to
learn the
defend her.
basic ways
Then,
of being in law enforcement. So
Because keep in mind, Jameson, this is post George Floyd in Minnesota. You're not going to get far with the jury tearing down someone's character, so you have to find a stronger way to defend someone. You have an extra hurdle. You have an extra hurdle defending a cop there right now. You brought that up when you first showed up, and I think, again, they're just going to have to be stronger in defending this lady than tearing down a dead person's character. Unfortunately, that's a resource that I hope they can't use to protect cops anymore. I'm kind of glad that's something that's not really on the table in the public zeitgeist anymore. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I feel about it. I'm glad that's a hurdle defense has to jump through now. Jameson, I know you would probably use that hurdle and jump that bitch spectacularly. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a new way to shine as a defense attorney. So I'm interested to see what they're gonna bring, because this is a new legal climate as you establish, Jameson. You know what I'm saying?
you learn what it is like doing the.
So again, as like somebody you would call as a homie or have a drink with, Jameson, if you were to give me the lowdown on how you were planning on handling that, as a friend, I would advise you to maybe find something stronger than breaking down the character of a dead person. Because this is Minnesota post George Floyd, and I care about you, and it's a new way to shine.
Job. You compete in competitions such as crime scene investigations, traffic stops.
While also being a defense attorney defending a cop that still cares about the
every
community
year
on the victim's side.
Competition. Back in the day, it was.
You have to
Breezy
play that
Point,
game now.
Resort.
You
Up
gotta
north,
be a little,
north of
you gotta,
Minnesota.
you know what I mean? But I'm trying
and
to,
you
you know.
compete against other agencies as well.
Did you enjoy it?
I did, yes.
Did it make you want to be a police officer more or less?
Yeah, the Aubrey
yes,
case
it
did,
gave
though.
me the wanting to drive to continue my career and to continue becoming a police officer.
Straight up, Jameson. Yeah.
While you were a-
if you were a judge, Jameson, you would have disallowed that shit in the Aubrey
Explorer for the
trial.
Brooklyn
I feel
Center
you.
Police
I would have
Department,
too.
did you get to know
But
him?
I think race was relevant for
Yes, I did.
the prosecution to explain
I
what the
did
fuck.
see Officer Potter.
Those honkies were guilty of being
around
racist
the building.
as fuck.
When we would have monthly meetings, there were times that I would see her coming into our meetings.
Exactly,
every now
Riz.
and then. I would see her in passing
Exactly,
while
Riz.
we're
Just
doing
sprinkle
trainings
crack on it and
stuff
run
like
away.
that.
You knew who she was.
Yes.
I love you, Renz. I'm so glad you're back, bud.
Were there ever, I mean, did you have much involvement with her, or was it just seeing her around?
It was obviously, getting to know the officers in the agency. A lot of the officers, commanders, chiefs that are currently there were present when I was an explorer. So coming and passing and, saying hi, a lot of them would come and introduce themselves. Even some would help out with police explorers as well, being role players.
And did you recall whether Officer Potter at the time did that?
I don't recall specifically with Officer Potter, but I do just recall seeing her a lot around at the agency.
So that's while you were a teenager, correct?
Correct, yes.
So then, I assume at some point you graduated from high school, correct?
Yes, 2008.
And tell us then, what was your next step in education to be a police officer?
I miss my Europeans. I got to
was
start
go to
streaming
college,
earlier.
which I did.
I got
did
to.
Alexandria
I got to start
Technical
streaming
College
earlier.
for a
I miss
year,
my Europeans. I miss Renz.
which was up north.
Zimmy. I've been like
decided
streaming
to
right
move
when
back
Zimmy would normally get
down to
on.
the
But
cities
he's been
where
busy as
I
fuck.
Continued classes at North Hennepin.
I got to
Technical
stream
College,
earlier in the day.
And then I transferred over to Rasmussen College.
Yeah, quit
where
sleeping all day, bro.
Dude, I miss my Europeans. Dude, I've been up late grinding. I feel like I can imitate RZA really well now.
So you
Though.
have to help us here to
RZA, I'm coming for your beats. I should have been his protege. Fuck Silver Rings, dude. I'm way better at sounding like RZA than Silver Rings.
And
I'll say it.
that's all that's required.
Rap beef started.
At Brooklyn Center at the time, correct?
Yes.
And so that's what you needed to do for your education to be a police officer?
Yes.
And also a skills program that you have to do to be a police officer?
Yes. So when you do your 2-year degree or your 4, there is a skills program that you do go through, and that is more of the not necessarily the book work, but it's the hands-on work. So firearms training, use of force, crime scene investigations, the more of the fun stuff. You go to driving school, etc.
Word, Rins.
And
Look, even according to Michigan's kind of, even in America, we have kind of a like detain a motherfucker. So Rins, to explain this to you a little bit, he should have been detained immediately. He had an FTA, which means he should have been an assumed flight risk. The FTA was attached to a firearms charge he did not show up to court for, which means that they have the right to expect him to be armed. They said in the opening statements that, the cop that was actually doing the search of the immediate spot where he was sitting in his vehicle was expecting there to be a firearm either in the compartment to his right, the little side compartment to his left, or under the seat. They were expecting a firearm. Now, again, she went full cowboy at some point. She went full cowboy in response to him doing this kind of turn move and hopping back in the vehicle. The officer she's training goes over him. She pulls her gun out while also trying to help keep him pushed back in the seat, putting her hand in the way, so it's like her hand. There's another officer here, and then Dante's chest right here. She pulls the trigger, shooting Dante in the chest. He drives forward, car wreck.
The first job you got in law enforcement was where?
So the first job I was ever hired with was...
Fuck yeah, Sean says Dog the Bounty Hunter came looking for Zimmy, but fucking Sean has your back, dude. We got your back, Zimmy. We ain't gonna let Dog find that ass, dude. Everyone knows because of probation reasons, Dog can't go to Europe anyway. So Zimmy, you just hang tight. I'm coming to you, dude. I'm gonna try to get to Italy. I'm gonna make it happen.
And did you do a field training officer program?
Zimmy is in Italy. He's in Florence,
I did
Italy.
have a field training,
and all over Europe. That dude tours and shit. He's playing gigs. I had a spiffy ass photo of Zimmy the other day, looking sharp as hell. He had a suit on. He's playing like a restaurant gig, dude. It looked classy as shit. So he's playing some of the classiest gigs, sipping great wine, cooking beautiful food. Zimmy, so he's doing good.
To take the stand in the case,
but he's Italian.
For the jurors, basically what a field training officer program is.
Yes. So a field training program initially when you are hired with the police department.
Oh, we'll do another cooking with Zimmy someday. Again, he's just been hella busy.
Program.
To explain to any new viewers, anybody who's an old viewer popping in wondering where the fuck has Zimmy been, Zimmy told me where the fuck he's been is the dude who owns the studio where that he runs got sick, so he's doing all the studio stuff. He's also gigging in the midst of things, I think probably closing down again in Europe. So he said he's going to make some time for us in December, so we're going to see Zimmy here in December. And yeah, I'm going to try to get, if God forbid things get bad again, if there's a lockdown again or something, I'm just going to propose a show with Zimmy and see if we can't do something or make a record or something.
Of working with a officer.
I'd love to work with that guy, do some music with that guy, send tracks back and forth.
Basically learning.
I bet we do one day.
On a ride along, learning how they do, traffic stops, how they handle calls, how they deal with people, sort of getting a feel for the geography and the basics of starting on the road. It's basically getting you ready to be able to work in that city's environment, if that makes sense. Gradually down the road, moving on through these phases, you get switched different field training officers that will give you an understanding of how they do things differently and their experiences as well. And with that moving on through the field training phases, you are expected to be able to show and prove that you can do the job on your own.
And so at some point you left the Mille Lacs Tribal Police Department, correct?
Yeah.
See, again, the angle that they've kind of implied, the defense has kind of implied that the angle they're going to go in is building the strength of character of Kim Potter. And in that, explain how this accident happened and how this is an outlying instance in her career and isn't necessarily worthy of like life in jail. So, the more we've talked it out, the more I've talked to Jameson back and forth about this, I see why the defense is taking that case, is taking this, and I don't necessarily view it as weak anymore. I think it's actually a benefit. This is a hurdle they have to jump over, and the defense is probably going to do the best they can at proving the strength and character of Kim Potter. Because, again, like I've said myself, in defense of the woman, we have evidence that the prosecution brought forward of her having done her job successfully for years. So let's just see how this goes. Let's see how this goes.
Yes.
And why was that?
Due to an issue with my training with geography, I was let go.
Okay. So, and by
Jimmy says the
geography,
only option. That's how I feel.
Jurisdiction.
Correct, yes.
When you get a call to a place, you got to know where to go.
So you can do nothing
Correct,
but
yes.
get yourself
Which
in
is
trouble
important.
trying to tear down his character.
And so then where did you work after that?
So after that, I was hired with the city of Gaylord in Sibley County, July of 2019.
Yeah, Renz, yeah.
Where I went through the same field training program and stayed there until February of 2021.
And how big is the city of Gaylord when you were working there?
The city of Gaylord is about 3,500 people.
Damn.
And so with the Gaylord Police Department, did you go through a field training officer program there as well?
Yes.
And did you complete that program there?
Yes.
And then you mentioned in February of this year that you changed jobs, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so where did you go in February of this year?
February of this year, 2021, I applied for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, which was the agency where I've always wanted to work. I went through the hiring process, background process, psych evaluation, and a physical agility test, and got hired with Brooklyn Center Police Department, I believe February 16th of 2021.
Why did you want to apply at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
For me, it's personal.
Yeah, Renz, yeah.
The reason why with Brooklyn Center Police
They
Department
sure have done it
and
before.
the city itself is just because I grew up there all my life. I know the type of, the community, the people.
The type
people
of
that
what,
live in that
homie? What was he
community.
about to say?
The
What are you
streets,
implying with that?
Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park. It's basically being home.
Huh?
Sorry, this cop said the type of and then changed his language.
Yes.
The type of what?
Still currently employed.
People that are there?
Yes, I am currently
What
employed.
cop was it saying?
Now, you are licensed
There's
as
humans
a
there,
police
dude.
officer in Minnesota?
Yes.
End of statement.
And again, since you're kind of the first police officer, can you just describe, what is the licensing authority for police officers?
You mean the Minnesota Post Board? Is that what you're referring to?
As far as I'm concerned, you're all
Yep.
just a bunch
So,
of theys, them, and
when you are
around.
licensed as a police
And I
officer,
love you all.
You are licensed with the Minnesota Police Boards Association, which is the Minnesota Post Board, which is our licensing center, or our licensing.
Maybe I don't like that lamp. I thought that lamp would work
issuers
out.
basically in the state
Fuck
of
that.
Minnesota.
Too
So,
much.
host, I think, means peace officer standards and training, right?
Correct.
And so you have to apply there to get your license, meet certain
Hair down?
requirements.
Oh.
to give a license, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first obtain your police officer license in Minnesota?
My first obtaining of a license was January of 2018.
And you've kept that license
I
ever
have
since?
no clue, Erica.
No,
How
the
long you
license
stick
did
with
go
it?
inactive.
Thank God I
So every
haven't
time
had it.
you move an agency, my license was activated the January of 2018. Moved over to transferred to Gaylord Police Department, where it was then reactivated, and then I was having my license held through that agency.
So all the time you've been working as a police officer, you've had an active post license?
Yes.
All right. And when you worked at the Gaylord Police Department, did they provide training to you?
Yes.
And did you carry a taser there?
Yes.
And did you get certified to carry the taser before carrying it?
Yes.
Taser
And,
certification.
What model taser you used when you were?
They said in the opening statements the prosecution did that they've gone through multiple different classes. They make you recertify to have the taser all the time. Like they broke down how many times and how often and how frequent that training is and how recently she had just had training on the taser.
Gaylord?
At the city of Gaylord Police Department, it was, I believe, the X26P.
And when you went to the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you
I'll be right back, gang.
get a taser to carry there when you started?
Yes.
And at some point, did the Brooklyn Center Police Department change models of taser?
Yes, at one point they did. When I started, it was X26P.
And what did they change to?
And then we transitioned to the Taser 7.
And when you were at Brooklyn Center, did you have to do some training for the Taser 7?
Yes.
Do you recall when that training was?
Not the exact date. I do want to say it was the first week of May. I believe probably May 3rd or May 7th.
Okay. Do you think it was March?
Sorry, yeah, March. Sorry, yeah, March.
Yeah.
March 3rd would be actually the exact date.
Okay. And did you also get training like on the use of force with Gaylord?
Yes.
And the use of force with Brooklyn Center as well?
Yes.
And did that training, through that training, were you taught about different ways to, or places to wear the taser?
Yes.
When you came to Brooklyn Center, was there already a policy in place about
I had to put on real pants today.
Yes.
And what was that policy?
Son of a
the
bitch.
policy was.
You know, I got the gray sweats on, boy. I'm not.
duty firearm.
We streaming.
So if you have
4 hours
duty
deep,
firearm on
going
the right
deep
side, you had to
on the
carry
trial
taser
today.
on the left side.
Yes.
Why was that there was a rule about that?
For Taser's policy and our policy, it's so that way officers do not get their
didn't get this back.
firearms
Sorry.
confused with their tasers.
And when you were wearing your taser for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, you wore it on the other side, correct?
Yes.
Did you use a straight draw or cross draw? Do you know what I mean?
When I first started,
He puts in the photo
I used
cross
a
draw.
cross draw.
Yeah.
What
he
does that mean?
cross
Can
draw.
you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes. So
They
a
had a
cross
photo
draw
of him set up with
is,
a cross draw, and they explained a cross draw and a straight draw.
person. I carry my Glock
Prosecution nailed it
17
this morning.
on my right side. So when I go for my taser to grab my taser, I reach across my waist on the other side
I
of my
did
belt.
not know that terminology
and
until the prosecution told me.
I am able to grab my taser with my right hand, which would be my dominant hand.
And so if you were to grab it with the other hand, what kind
Right.
of draw is that called?
And
Gotta let that
if I
soul
use
glow.
the
Let
opposite
them
hand,
let
it
them
would be
bells ring. You know what I'm
the
saying?
opposite side,
Let those
straight
boys
draw.
hang free sometimes.
And are you still wearing it that way?
I currently am wearing a straight draw with my
If only I had a video of
with my
Lux's reaction to that. That was hilarious. That was worth every second.
For me, that's just how I trained with, is to just use my taser with my left hand only instead of my
I'm a
dominant
trunks
hand.
man myself.
So for some time you wore it as a cross draw, right?
Yes.
And then at some point you switched to a straight draw.
Correct.
And why did you? I'm not sure I'm clear about why you switched at that point to.
Yeah. So initially, when I did start start at Brooklyn Center Police Department, I do believe there was not a.
You're not a real man
there
if
was
you
a
don't
straight
throw your
draw
junk at your lady every now
holster
and then.
offered
Just shake it.
to me. Down the road, I didn't
Just
prefer
shake
to have
your
a
little
cross
ass.
draw,
You
so
know.
I requested it to obtain a straight draw holster, but it was not available. So when we transitioned to the Taser 7, I made sure to stick with using a cross draw holster instead on my left side.
When you went to the Taser 7, you requested a straight draw or a cross draw?
Straight draw holster, yes.
So that's where the switch occurred?
Yes.
All right. Sorry if they beat that, but wanted to make sure I understood. And when you were working at Gaylord Police Department, did you ever have to draw your taser?
Yes.
And what about at Brooklyn Center? Did you ever draw your taser while you were working at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And have you ever actually fired a taser?
No.
Yeah, let it all hang out. Let your huevos sing.
When you were working both in Gaylord and for Brooklyn Center,
I'll be here all
part of
week.
The training that you went through on your
I'll be-
taser, did you have to perform draws of the taser?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
The use of force training that we do with Brooklyn Center Police Department is when we go through the taser training, we go through a PowerPoint for a period or amount of time, and then we do hands-on training.
This is, man, we bring up PowerPoints all the time on this channel. So much so we're going to have a PowerPoint just compilation, surely.
Don't forget to promote Christy.
Oh, yeah, I got to do that.
That
was out of nowhere. Sorry, that was off.
Sorry.
You're fine. But yeah, we bring up PowerPoint all the time.
Yeah.
PowerPoint skills are important, and we learn them in school. And even all the way into taser certification, they're dropping PowerPoints on people, man. They really...
Still with the fucking remedial ass slide changes, like the transitions.
Oh, yeah.
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 They just like do the weirdest shit.
Oh, I need the star wipe, or you just suck one. Yeah, give me a star wipe transition on the PowerPoint. They really mean power when they say PowerPoint.
With the tasers that we
These are tools that authorities use.
With that being said, we do get some targets. We practice
maybe
deploying cartridges at these targets, aiming for the target areas. Sometimes, or not sometimes.
I love Bert Kreischer.
It was,
he's fat, but he's all right. I mean, he's like fatter than Tom.
Jumping.
But Brent Kreisler, I like Brent Kreisler.
Deploying this taser at the target.
What's the point of making it run and jump and get the blood?
Even though again, like he's really
just to get the body used.
I think it's really brave.
Trained with being under stress.
That someone that large can like make it to venues like that.
Taking out your taser and deploying it.
And you did that training, did you say at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
So when you came to Brooklyn Center,
Lux is hella brave for adopting a mentally challenged cat. She's like hella brave. When her cat like runs into a wall or something now, I'm just like, you're so brave for having taken that on. You didn't have to. No one else did. But you did. It's brave of you.
Police officer, that type of training where they
no one else wanted to deal with that. Rest of the litter included.
That is something that all officers should.
But you took this little baby in.
We did do the same type of taser training. I do.
Alexa, no, I'm talking to Lux. She's right here.
Running or
come show yourself. I think Rins thinks I'm talking to myself. No, Lux is here. She's just in the side setup.
Hello.
Yeah.
I want to turn.
Try the veal. Yeah.
April 11th of 2020.
I'll be here all week. Pasta alla zimi. It's worth it.
And what was your shift that day?
So my shift on April 11th was a day shift.
Girl, I'm fucking around making pasta.
In my field training program, and I was working with Officer Potter at the time.
Yeah.
And you recall what your shift was?
My shift was the day shift, which I was working a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oh, man.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
That would have been a Sunday.
And the only super interactive Alexa. She's not real.
In the FTO program.
Yeah, no, I was talking to a human. This whole show. There's a whole lot of other human over there.
Yes.
I was in the Discord.
Recall
Yeah.
April 11th, where in that process you were?
I was in phase 2.
We need to just set up a computer that just is the Lux cam.
So is it phase 2 of how many?
To get the iMac running, just
it's 14
just
shifts,
use that for
on
Lux
that
cam.
Day, I believe it was either my.
So you can also see the amount of times I make her go like
on my second phase.
Okay.
I want the front. I want the front shot of that laugh react.
You can get it extended, but there's 4.
I don't get to see how often I make anyone laugh, so I gotta. I like it when I get to see it. I want to see it.
So, at that point in the process, what are your responsibilities as the trainee?
So here we have it. We have the defense using, according to Jameson, after us kind of talking about it, like the only option at defending Kim, which is building her strength and character. and not tearing down
You're progressed
Dante.
from the first phase.
It's going to get you nowhere in Minnesota post George Floyd with the jury. Any jury.
Percentage-wise, I mean, it's I'd
So
have to say,
no one wants to catch that canceling.
You're not necessarily doing 50% of the work, but you're doing about 30% of the
ooh,
work.
I got to try that haze. So
Involving
we're gonna news
yourself
hop a little
with
bit.
talking, to people on these calls that you're.
I'm gonna get the summary of this. I've kind of hopped forward, and it looks like he is going to be the last cross-examination for the day. And you know, big shit. I bet you they dismiss here in just a little bit. Oof. Let's see if anything has popped off in the news since we started. Well, I don't know if you guys know this. The January 6th committee is planning to hold Mark Meadows in criminal contempt of court. Contempt of Congress, excuse me. That's gonna go down. Here's CBS News about that.
The House Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol will prepare to hold Mark Meadows in criminal contempt for not complying with the panel's subpoena. Meadows told the panel he would no longer appear for a deposition today. In a letter to Meadows, the committee's chairman writes, the select committee is left with no choice but to advance contempt proceedings and recommend the body in which Mr. Meadows once served refer him for criminal prosecution. For more on this, I want to bring in CBS News legal contributor Keir Dougal. Keir, welcome. Great to see you. Now,
Keir Dougal feels like he was made by the same dude that made Data from Star Trek.
His mind. What do we know about
Just a different
that?
flavor
Because,
of the
course, we know
Zuckerberg
his
bot.
Cooperation was always somewhat limited, but this seemed to be a full
Why he
sort of
freaks me
putting
out
on
so
the
much.
brakes, correct?
Oh, it's he's got glasses that magnify.
That's correct.
But he chooses a strange.
Doesn't want to answer questions now.
He's just got a whole vibe.
The broad reasons that he offered, his counsel offered to the committee, were that the committee was
Super Goo 8. That sounds like a cool strain. Super Goo.
Was overbroad in its demands, and that Mr. Meadows wanted to assert Mr. Trump's executive privilege. But if I can, just to put this in context, I'd like to offer a quote, which goes, "An inquiry will produce no great information if those whose conduct is examined are allowed to select the evidence."
Oh.
Now, your social studies teacher in 10th grade may not have covered this with you, Tanya, but this is a quote from the English Prime Minister.
Is he
William
dropping heat?
Pitt
Was
in
that a diss?
1741.
Did you hear that shit?
So this playbook
Did you hear that
of
shit?
subjects of an investigation
I'm sorry,
to try
I
to control
had a message.
the scope of an inquiry is at least 280 years old. It is a very common effort by subjects to try to limit what they want to say, and it sort of raises the next question, which is, well, what are you trying to hide?
Right, which is the whole point, I guess, of the inquiry, correct? So, as you pointed out, so Keir, the letter the committee sent to Meadows contains some new details about information he's already shared with the committee. What are some
Damn,
of the
Zito.
highlights?
Sounds dope.
Yeah, so one of the things that grabbed my attention was documents relating to proposed alternate slates of electors, right? So this gets us into the weeds a little bit, right? We don't directly elect our president, we elect people who elect our president, and they're called slates of electors, and they come from each state. And the way our peaceful transition of power has worked for centuries is that
God, that HD shot of him in that fake ass tan.
through a popular vote,
Trump, that
are the
fake
ones
ass
that are
tan.
counted toward the president.
Oh,
Here, the
Lord.
reference
Oh,
to
God.
alternate slates of electors means slates that were cherry
Oh,
picked.
he didn't hit the back of the neck. You
to
gotta hit the back of the
support
neck.
President Trump, either most likely by legislatures in states that were controlled by the Republican Party, meaning that this specific reference is
and there's
it's
no.
it's highly relevant.
This is yeah. So he's gonna It's gonna be a strange. I again, dollars to donuts. Nobody big named ends up suffering any serious repercussions and gets to continue on their little political career or entertainment career or whatever. I really hope we get to see a congressional hearing where they actually call Alex Jones in to say something. Like if they could bring Alex Jones in, please, 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 please,
Please.
please, please, bring Alex Jones in. I need it. I need it. Let's check for some scoop on the Ghislaine Maxwell trial before we close the show down for the day. See what we got going on. You know, see the New York Post is still saying, "Hey, you've ran out of articles, motherfucker. Pay us." It's like, dude, I've only read about.
We're done with this free shit.
Yeah, dude, come on, man. Don't put this shit behind a paywall. There was apparently a freaky moment where at one point Ghislaine spots the person drawing the portraits, these like crypto angry portraits of Ghislaine, and starts drawing the portrait, the person who's drawing her. Like she starts portrait inceptioning this bitch, which is the weirdest I have nothing power play I've ever heard. That's some weird petty shit. It's like when a celebrity sees the paparazzi and they pull out their own ridiculous camera. They're just like, fuck, I'll film you. How about that? And it's like, dude, this isn't going to go anywhere. This means you lost. Oh. Let's see. In this courtroom, sketch Ghislaine Maxwell, sinner, confers with her defense attorney, Jeffrey Pegluca? Peglucia? We need Zimmy. So I need Zimmy. On the right, before testimony begins in her sex abuse trial on Wednesday. Here she is chit-chatting. But again, like the way this person draws these portraits, they always make Ghislaine look all fucking like, yeah, I'm scheming, baby. Me. Like she's got this like hateful witch look about her. And that's that was the artist's decision. Like there's things where it's like, no, the artist decided to make you look pointy and hateful. Let's see here. Some of the Epstein passengers were revealed. Some of the rich and famous Jeffrey Epstein acquaintances who flew with the sex offender on his private plane got name dropped in court today. Pilot David Rogers was asked about a log with a list of flights and passengers. It includes billionaire hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin, and his wife Eva Anderson Dubin, who reportedly dated Epstein for 11 years until the early 1990s. Also listed as a passenger on the trips was MIT professor Marvin Minsky, a known Epstein associate who Virginia Roberts Giuffre says she was sex trafficked to. He denied it in 2016. Whoa. Ghislaine Maxwell embraces her defense attorney in this portrait. Pilot details many flights with Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Now, the second pilot to testify, David Rogers, told Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey that he flew Epstein and Maxwell accuser Virginia Roberts Giuffre a total of 32 times in the early 2000s. Comey rattled off a number of flights from a logbook prosecutors obtained that show Epstein, Maxwell, Roberts, and a number of other people flew together across the U.S. and abroad. The flights included a 2001 trip from Spain to Morocco that Roberts, Maxwell, and Epstein all took, according to the logbook. Other flights included numerous trips from airports near Epstein's properties in New Mexico, New Jersey, Florida, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Rogers also testified he piloted a total of 4 flights with Maxwell accuser Jane on board. Ooh, then they had a lunch break. Another former Epstein worker takes the stand. Nicole Hess, who worked for Jeffrey Epstein for about a year in the early 2000s, testified about taking phone messages at his Palm Beach, Florida mansion when he wasn't home. She says it was Ghislaine Maxwell who instructed her on where to jot down the messages. Prosecutors also had her authenticate a sealed exhibit showing someone a call to the estate in August 2004 from a Carolyn, the same name as one of Maxwell's alleged victims. Damn. Activate Alex Jones mode. Ghislaine's gonna go missing in her cell in between days of this trial. They're gonna say she was abducted by the Raelians, but she wasn't. They shipped her off to Israel. And that's on Texas. I put that on everything. Sorry. Alex Jones mode over. I don't think I have it in me. But that's the spicy little details. We got Ghislaine absolutely knowing who's drawing the portraits of her now, just like side-eyeing this bitch all the time. So all of these portraits now have Ghislaine side-eyeing the portrait person. Like, are you seeing this? It's ridiculous. These portraits are crazy. It's fucking hilarious. Or her eye, like, see this one, it's like, nah, I don't know. It's like the artist goes out of their way to really emphasize the Manson lamps Ghislaine's throwing around, dude. She's got her brights on, you know. That's how it seems. Like Ghislaine shows up with her brights on, and it's jarring to the artist. Oof. I say we round down on that sentiment, though, guys. We're almost halfway through a 4th hour. Renz, I love you. Graph, I see you here in the chat. You know Iro on Twitch. Chief, my main mans, what's up? I love you.
Later, dude.
Thank you for being here with me, my man. Same with Justin, man. Always holding it down here with me. Thicket Craft Forge on all social media. Check him out. You need something smithed? Hit him up. Shout out Arianthe, who, hey, just to let Arianthe know if you hear the end of the show, got my fingers crossed for you. You gonna get that house, cousin. It's gonna happen. There's too much positive will behind you getting a house. It's going to happen. It can't not happen at this point. You know what I mean? You got this. Hang tight. Erica, love you. Allie Cattails, if you pop in and see the end of this, we love you as well. I give all the shout outs now. I feel like I'm at the end of a rap album. Yo, my homies in Ohio, Staten Island. We got Ghostface, shout out Ghostface Killa. Just so you're not mad at me, I don't know if I've done anything to make you mad at me, but I'm technically a noun. I'm a person, place, or thing, and those set Ghostface Killa off, dude. Just everything makes Ghostface Killa mad. So just don't be mad at me. I love you, all of you. I'm gonna hop out of Discord. You guys have a really good night. And everybody out there, another reminder, we're brought to you by BARKBOX and Atlas VPN. If you need a sweater for your dog or a VPN for your browser, please check out the links in the description. Also, if you're looking for my music, you can find it in the description below. You can also find the Discord if you want to become an active member of our Discord community. I've got my notifications turned on Discord now. The notification hell is over. I'm in it to win it now. Love you guys so much. Hey, happy holidays, people who have holidays coming up. Hopefully you got some time off. And if you've actively got some time off and you spent it with me, thank you. That means a lot to me. You guys have a good one. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Do it for Renz.